Hello? There we go. Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay, that's one. That's one. Good old OBS. Just doing whatever it wants to do at any given time. I love I love when things are set up correctly and then OBS just goes, "Not today." All right, how's everybody doing? We're back. We're back. I was saying there's a little surprise. So here you go. We got the little boy today. How many adult drinks did you have tonight, sir? None. I've had none. OBS has been having some drinks. OBS is on one. Just decided to make everything default and turn off all my stuff. But we have little dog tonight. We have the little man hanging out with us. What's up, NATO, Woodchuck, Rock Me, Slum? Turn to other streamers I follow. It seems like OBS is always having some drinks. Yes, 100%. Every time. Literally every time. Start the night out right. Want some treats, guys? The treat isn't my finger, Timber. Holy cow. Tried to eat my whole hand. Cooper. Cooper. There we go. Time for some belly rubs. Yes, we do have, for those of you who are new here. We turn this stuff off for Tour Tuesdays. But make sure to check out our Stream Loots page. If you want to get some packs, get some cards to play, mess with me a little bit. How's it going, Ninja? Can't wait for tour of base. Of my base? I mean, I can show it off now, but we are showing it off on Tuesday. As well on the dev stream. I should be getting something to post here shortly as well. First to the key. First to the Easter egg. I mean, treat for little Timber. Yes. Yes, so we have... Where'd he go? He's hiding now, but Timber, big dog. Cooper, little dog. Such an amazing base. Yeah, we can show it off real quick. Some food. Hold on.
We could bottle that up and make a killing.
Tiny pirate with the raid. Let's go. I saw you streaming earlier. I was running around. I couldn't join. Wait, I forgot to get food. I saw you streaming earlier. I stopped in for a few. Couldn't chat, but enjoying the grind.
Man,
I
miss
see.
bug steak.
What's up, Oozin? How's it going? All right. Yeah. Base. Miss yours? Which one? I had to go back through the VODs on YouTube to watch how this started. Nice. Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed those. I do enjoy that you can go back and see all the VODs and stuff. It is nice. It's very nice. Ads, 1 minute. All good, all good. Yeah. So on Tuesday, we'll be showing the base off to the Casually Grounded crew. I know a lot of people have seen it and stuff, but we're going to try to get some stuff done, and I may work a little bit this weekend to try to get some things done. Say something about my last message and get hit with ads. Yeah, no, I caught you. The being able to catch up on VODs. Glad you got to see the whole thing. How's it going, Smokin'? 40 consecutive streams, Rock Me. Let's go. You're so relieved to finally get the shiny Mudkip? That's awesome. Mudkip's a good one. I didn't miss it. Sorry, Rock Me. I was distracted a little bit. What? 1 through 12. 1 through 12. Give me that number. Yeah, so we got the outside here. We'll let people get here for a few. We'll get that pack in a minute here. Got this whole insanity coming together. It's turning out nice. We got to get this other tower built. Might do a little bit of that this weekend. Some of this like repetitive copy and paste kind of work. Since that's not the most... I mean, a lot of you guys enjoy it, don't get me wrong. But... try to do mostly new stuff. dog can't sit still. He's just like crawling around at my feet. Yeah, it's coming together. Back from ads? Sounds good, Woodchuck. Hopefully you like the VODs. Been looking back at those. Any new updates yet? K. Bisher? Are you talking about the game in general or like the base? Everything is, I mean, roughly the same, but I'm not sure when everyone's kind of seen everything, so it's always hard to tell. We've just been grinding along on stream, making things work. The game in general, not since the Toxic Tangle, but on, well, there's a Playgrounds update, but does that really count? Probably not. But August 11th, we get a new update. New major update. It's the little dog's name, Cooper. That is Cooper Pooper. Cooper, Coop, Poop. Oh yes, and the game does come to PlayStation 5 as well, which is going to be awesome. More people playing the game, more people watching the content. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. Very excited. Okay, 1 through 7. 7? Oh, what am I saying? 5, 6, 7. All right. Nice little one here. Nice choice, Rock Me. I still have gotten cooked by Surging Sparks, so one can hope that we do something today. Glimmet. Togetic. What's up, Beast? Sizzlepede. Bronzor. Fluttermane. Kind of cool art. Bruxis. Meddling Memo. Wattrel. Applin. And a Cerulege EX. Alright. I mean, for an EX, that's a good looking EX. That's a pretty good looking EX there. Take that. I like Cerulege. I've never really looked at Cerulege like a Pokemon. Kind of feels like something else, but it's cool. Cool. I don't have any Cerulege cards, so I'll take it. While you're waiting on a few more to join, any quick off-grid tips for first attempts at off-grid work? I mean, I'm always happy to talk about this, but what are you trying to accomplish? Just in general, something specific? It's kind of easier to give tips if there's something more specific that you're trying to accomplish. You think we'll be able to build underwater eventually? That would be pretty cool, I think. I'm sure there will be a base or two. We are, 100%. That's already confirmed in the next update. It sounds like it's definitely going to be a test run, but we are 100% getting underwater bases in the next update. If you haven't checked out the new trailer, check out the new trailer and the Casually Grounded that happened Tuesday on the Obsidian channel to get a little bit more info on what the update's like. Because it sounds like it's very recent, within the last like 3 or 4 days that we've been getting information about the update. Yeah, definitely check it out. There's also an IGN interview. Yeah, the IGN interview would be a good one too. Kids have a bunch of fake Pokemon cards. How do we avoid that? Avoid trading with kids because people suck and they scam kids. And then watch content. There's lots of like YouTube shorts and content that'll teach you what a real card looks like. I think the #1 thing, I'll show this. I will get to your thing as well here, Beast, but I don't want children getting scammed, so any way I can help. So it's going to be a little hard to see on stream, but if you look at this card, there's a huge amount of texture. It's like running your finger over a I guess it's a little difficult to feel the texture itself, but if you look at a legitimate card, it has texture to it. It is never, except for like very, very, very few situations, all of the new cards have like a crazy texture, almost making them look like like a fingerprint, I guess, like a smaller scale fingerprint kind of texture to them. It's kind of this like there's like rings, concentric rings to a lot of the textures and stuff. If the card looks overly shiny, it doesn't have that texture, it's immediately a fake. That's like the most common kind of fake that people are gonna provide, is that it's just like this overly rainbowed kind of glossy texture. And then carry a card with you wherever you're, if your kids like find a real card that you personally pulled from a pack, and just have them compare the back of the card to the back of the card they're trading for. The back is a dead giveaway. It's always a different color. The fake cards never have the right. They're like really dark and weird looking, whereas the coloring around Pokemon, the text is always like a very light blue. And so if you can quickly be like, hey, this is an energy card that I own, or if you pulled an EX card, that's a great way to look at it, because the EXs have the texture and the correct back. That would be the easiest way to do it. But yeah, I hate that people are such scammers. Unfortunately, a lot of the times it just becomes like parents buying garbage off online and not knowing what they're buying. Make sure you buy from accredited sellers. Like, I buy a lot of stuff on eBay. Don't buy from people who have 1 or 2 reviews. Buy from people who have 100 plus reviews and 99% positive ratings. Like, look at the ratings. Make sure you're buying from accredited sellers. There's so much sketchy stuff out there. You got to be really, really careful. But it always seems like it's kids that get scammed and just have that stuff. But the back is a dead giveaway, and the lack of texture is a really good one to tell. Thought maybe I got scammed from Target. No, you shouldn't. Target's good. Target's good. You can't. There are resellers from. I don't think Target does it, but I guess a little bit. You can get some resellers, but like Walmart has a lot of bad resellers, so you kind of have to be careful where you buy. You're buying directly from Walmart, directly from Target, directly from Amazon. Those ones are all pretty fine. It's the like third-party sellers on those websites that can get a little weird. They're not all bad, but some of them are poo-poo. All right, how to get everything lined up around corners is the hardest thing I've seen. So if I have a corner of a room, the best way to get both sides of those to line up. So what I'm guessing you're saying is kind of like how I've done like a layering effect here. And it's like, I mean, one, it's always going to be a little off. You have to kind of use these pieces. Like, obviously, I've seen you've done quite a bit of work with off-grid stuff. But you definitely want to make sure that you're using mushroom pillars to do the off-grid work. I think that's the easiest way to do it. And then it's like perfection. I guess the first thing I'll say is perfection is near impossible with off-grid. Like, it's never going to be exact. Nothing is ever going to be 100% perfect. Nothing's ever going to be exact. There's no way to make it exactly how you want it. But I would definitely try when you're laying things out like this. The way I typically do it is I get something set, and then if I can at all can do it, just use the blueprints to kind of check where things are lining up, build the other pieces. It's kind of hard to start just like from scratch building off grid and then building structure around it. I tend to try to build the structure, the rough shape of it, and then do the off-grid like layering stuff next, like a secondary thing. So I always have some type of reference. Like when we built these, as like this is off-grid, we built the tower. It doesn't have to be all the way up or anything, but we built the tower first, and then we placed this piece in the corner to get it lined up correctly. That's kind of there's no like perfect system. It's like how OCD you want to be at the end of the day. But if you're struggling, like, you can send pictures in Discord, and I can do my best to help there as well. Give you an idea, Ducky? Like what? That's so vague. What kind of idea? What are we saying? Need a little more. I think I just got
I'd
way
rather
to
be on
make the
top than below
stained
this
glass
one.
with the Founders Pack marker. I'm gonna test it.
Woo!
Marker.
My heart is
And that
just
thing?
looking. I promise.
I mean, technically that's stained glass, but that like if we got stained glass, I would expect it to look kind of like that marker. That would be about the best hope. But run away. Yeah, send a picture, Ducky, if you figure it out. Let me know.
Dougie gotta work on that.
Sounds like a lot of work to use a lot of those, though. Makes sense. I probably just need to take more time playing around with a few more off-grid builds to get a good flow going. Yeah, it definitely takes a little bit of... It's trial and error, like, at the end of the day. It really comes down to trial and error. There's no, like, 100% ever, in my experience. I mean, even, like, looking at off-grid stuff, like, the circles aren't 100% circles. They're really dang close because he puts a lot of time and effort into placing those things, but it's never absolutely perfect. I tend to try to, like, as long as it looks good, if I squint my eyes a little bit, that's the only way most people are ever going to see it. What's up, Squarish Plum? How's it going? A possibility to get stuff exactly positioned is if they show the grid lines while you build. Yeah, I don't think that's like very difficult to truly ever get implemented in the game. It already runs so poorly. If you started like visually showing off grid lines and stuff, the game would just, it would run so bad. Cool. I've been really bad about farming these scales. Hello. Hello. Ay, ay, ay. That was painful. But instead of, like, seeing the seeing the grids in-game, you can kind of place the grid yourself and use that as the template, essentially. Like, not fully building everything, but extending it out a little bit, just getting a rough idea typically helps quite a bit. By the way, the things on the back of the light you were looking at in the beginning are definitely cooling things. Sorry, what? The way things on the back of the light you were looking at in the beginning are definitely cool things. Oh, I'm a little lost. What are you trying to say there, Woodchuck? Would drive myself nuts trying to build the things off-grid. Has built, I'd give up and go play R6 instead. Yeah. No, his builds are nuts. But when you're playing creative, it's a different beast. And all you're focusing on is the build itself. It's a little bit easier to kind of go into the minutia of just ridiculousness, because you're not worrying about the rest of the game. By the way, the fins on the back of the light you were looking at in the beginning are definitely... What is cooling things, though? What's up, 117? Gonna be lurking tonight? No worries, no worries. Like, that they're cooling fins? You overlap markers? I don't know. What's up, Savak? Welcome in. Seems like it, yeah. What? My confusion. Why does this cost one... Why doesn't this cost a sour? Why doesn't it cost a sour shard? There's a sour shard in there. And a salt. It's in there. It's already ready to go, but it doesn't cost them. It's supposed to say they are cooling fins. Speech to text is a pain in the butt. Yeah, no worries, no worries. 117 still recovering from last night? Yeah, it's all good. Will this thing let me place it where I want it to yet? No. Won't fight me. 100% easier, and it was out before that. It'd be kind of weird to not be able to overlap those. Most decorations kind of let you do it. The issue is, like, holy effort to make this an actual stained glass thing. Like, don't get me wrong. This would... It does the effect of what we were trying to get. Technically. It does. But, like, the effort required to use those to make stained windows... Ew. I mean, this would cost so much to make it like this. Ugh. That's painful. Cool. It does work. It's just a lot of, like, extra
on the flip side,
nonsense. Marker was out before Sour. Updated, right? That's all it takes. Alright, so what I want to do... I'm going to take a step back from the tower itself. Because I've been, not like burned out on it, but I'm kind of like, the ideas aren't flowing as much as I would maybe like. So I want to get a little bit of the city work done. And get some ideas flowing for that. And see what we can do. What would you do there, 117? You got hard? Are you still hammered? That's what I'm seeing. I also think it would be... This is really easy progress to make specifically for the stream.
Didn't even need instructions.
Kind of get this start flowing and get some ideas going. I know I was laughing at you, like, refusing to add an item. And then you caught, like, reaching out to me afterwards being like, I didn't know I was refusing an extra item in my chest. Can I have it? I was dying. Timber sent you a PM and Discord and sent you some pics of where I got the inspiration got from my build. You will see what I was talking about around the clock tower and whatnot. Yeah, I saw your message. I'll check it out after stream a little bit more in depth. Yeah, it's always a little hard to follow along with stuff like that. That's kind of just the nature of base tours and stuff. Like, communication is... It's always a little difficult, but we make do with what we got, right? We do the best we can. And that's the best we can do. How's everybody's Wednesday night going? Hopefully you're all doing great. Also, I will not be able to stream on Friday, sadly. I have to go to a rodeo with my wife's office. So hopefully that's fun. But because of it, it starts right when stream normally starts. So I think we're going to stream Saturday night this week, which should be fun. I'm kind of excited about it. Switch it up, try something new. Headed off. I'll catch the rest of this on VOD on YouTube. Sounds good, Woodchuck. Appreciate you coming and hanging out and saying hi for a little. I will collect on that after the summer update. I want to check out all the new stuff first. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Need to figure out how to connect the upper area across to where your tower is. That I'm sort of in the same boat. I kind of know what you're feeling. I feel like it's going to be easier to build stuff on this side, but like building out and potentially getting up to where you're building Beast is definitely difficult. Because, like, yeah, this bridge works for now, but it also is a little... It's kind of meh, you know? It's not great. The whole area where it changed to mushroom bricks was the hotel. It's 5 stories tall. The area with the pumpkin brick was the greenhouse. Okay, that makes sense. I get you. But yeah, I definitely get the struggle of like connecting, because like in typically the like a castle or a major building is gonna be above a city. Like, it's not very common, which I think is cool. It's a different take on things, which is fun to experiment and try new things. But typically that's going to be, it's sort of the opposite effect that this area has, where you have this like raised platform with a lower level, but then also an upper level. And it makes it it's kind of weird. It's a little more difficult to get a grasp on like how to connect it nicely, because I'm not even a huge fan of my bridge. Right now it's a functional bridge. That's all it's doing. It gets us from here to there, and that's it. But like, obviously this is not the be all end all of this design. And I'm trying to think of like, does it come out and then go like outwards? Maybe that's a cooler way to do it. Make it a little bit bigger and more like interesting looking. Is my first thought potentially, but the energy has not been flowing for ideas like that. I've been in kind of like cruise control, and now that this tour, we got this whole tour we're doing on Tuesday, I'm like, ooh, I got some things I gotta get figured out and get as much done as possible. Doing good on this Wednesday, getting ready for the heat wave passing through tomorrow and Friday here in Pennsylvania, plus working on my tree building creative. I lacked interior design skills. I'm the same. Interiors take me a lot longer. I'm typically happy with how they end up. Like, I feel like I get there eventually, but I would never say that interiors are my like strong suit. It always takes me a lot longer to build the inside of a base than it does to build the outside. I know, Ducky, I'm trying. I'm just trying to answer questions. Respond to people. I don't think they're going to fix that, Ducky, if I'm being honest. It's just so cluttered, is my only issue with it. It's such a cluttered look. I wish it wasn't so, like, hectic. Also thought a high bridge up at the top of the 2 towers connecting would be cool as a way to do it. Yeah, that would be a good way to do it. That issue is, like, I didn't really plan the levels and stuff of my base for that sort of thing. Because we have the escape tower bounce web things right there. But it would work to get to this, but then it's like, with the entrance being there, it doesn't work as well. It probably would have been better if we built out and built a larger bridge here and then built like a basement level. Like, that would have been an interesting way to do it, but we're so far committed at this point. We just make it work with what we got. And I'm quite happy with how the majority of this is looking, so I can't be upset with our decisions so far. That is ultimately something you just always have to deal with when you're designing and building, is like, there is no perfect design. There is no perfect way to do anything. You kind of just make do with what you do. Make it work. Issue is like getting so much placement. It's just like so many things to place for an effect that's like almost what I want, but it's not. Like, yeah, you gotta do like... do this, right? This one. My OCD would just Drive me nuts. Mess with it. But ultimately, when I was talking about like stained glass, this is virtually the effect that like I see as a viable option. Just being larger pieces built out like a triangle, and the big triangle and half walls and quarter walls and full walls and stuff, and maybe you get like a little border and maybe some little pieces like that. But this is ultimately sort of the vibe I would get. I think we would get. I don't really expect like full transparency because they've just never done that so far. But hard to say. Let's get some pine needle, some mint, and spicy. See what happens. Some sleepy dogs. And pine. Worst comes to it, it's an example that I can show the devs.
Didn't even need instructions.
On the Casually Grounded stream. It's like a, please allow us to do something like that. Even if it's not transparent, like the vibe, this is the feeling we would like. Kinda does it. It's just too clunky. There's crystals in a cave outside the map that look like glass-ish. Ish being the keyword. But I mean, if we got a piece that just sort of landed in the middle, that would do it. Just like a slightly thinner piece that's like right here. Maybe it just is only like this thick, so it looks a little set in. Stained glass is generally not very transparent. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's sort of how I would see it ultimately working. But one of those things, like, just imagine having pieces and you can make designs out of a sour triangle and a salt and a mint and a spicy, and just being able to get it a pane of glass. Get a little bit of the idea. Need glass panes from Minecraft instead of just boxy glass. Needs to have some depth to it for sure. Yeah. It's not clean, and you're going to recommend stained glass next week anyways. Yeah. I'm placing those right now to be like this, like even if it's not like a transparent glass, because like there's no glass in the game, and it obviously, to me, that means they're not super interested in doing transparency in the game because of something like rendering, performance, whatever it is. Something about glass they've stayed away from it. Whether it's just like glass in general is just something at this scale, like it's hard to make work in the game, if that makes sense. Like the game, unless you're getting sand and you can dig up sand and then you can cook the sand to make the glass and then make the glass something like it's kind of a difficult story to like say you're like making glass itself. You kind of have to work it in, but at least with the candy, it sort of skips that difficult, like, how do you make glass as a craftable item? And because you already have a small sense of what that kind of works out as. If what I'm saying is kind of putting down, you're getting what I'm putting down. Kind of bypasses the weird side of glass as a building material that they then have to figure out how to make harvestable and buildable, and it just seems like it's maybe overly complicated for them. But if we get something that's just this, like candy that's thin and gives the idea of glass, I think I would be pretty happy. And then as a block, and you get it as like each one of these blocks is its own glass piece, and you can make glass walls. Or even if it's not a full-size piece, it's just like these smaller pieces maybe. I think like being able to even just do like just these two, you could get away with like just these two, that would probably be enough. Because then you have small glass pieces. It doesn't have to be a full buildable wall, because you could build walls out of small pieces. And then you get like mini windows that stack up to make a bigger picture. And you could make, like, think of the pixel art you could make with something like that. That'd be really, really interesting. Like, the candy would be an obvious choice to create glass. Yeah, it's sort of the perfect, like, in-between. And it doesn't have to be glass. It can be the idea of glass. Omni-tool can up to tier 5, so maybe we can have better candy for building. Yeah, the question is, like, what other candy can you use? We have, like, what other candy exists? That's the hard part. But I think they can make it work with what's in the game currently. If that's the way my mind sees it, at least. I think we can make do without it being this, like, this has to be this huge thing that the devs don't necessarily want to, like, dive into. But if you keep it really simple, like, my way of thinking of, like, asking the devs to add things to the game is that I want to ask for it in a simple way, and then hope that the simple idea that we put forth is enough to inspire them to maybe take it to the next level with the resources that they have. But if we're like, I need fully transparent glass that I can build into, like, mosaics and stuff, the devs are going to go like, that, we don't have the resources for that. Or the resources required outweigh the effect. Whereas if you're like, yeah, it's just a candy building piece that has, like, a window pane look, and maybe they figure out in the long run how to make it a little transparent in some way, shape, or form. And if they don't, we still get something that's, like, an incredible artistic building piece. Jawbreakers have, like, every color in them. True. But then you have to make every piece harvestable in some way, shape, or form, right? Like, how do you make one harvestable thing, the Jawbreaker, into all the different colors? Mechanic-wise, it's a little bit of a complicated concept to do. I think if you take one material where it's like white with mint, red with sour, or red with spicy, green with sour, and you probably don't even need salt. Maybe salt. Like, salt could be a little transparent or something. Like, you don't even really need salt. You could probably get away with just the 3 candy types, and it'd be good enough. And if they see fit in the long run to keep it going and add more to it, then they add more to it, you know? The Jawbreaker and the parts are different colors. I don't think anyone would care. Could be. I think they probably have very different ideas of what the Jawbreaker is going to be. I think it's going to be used for very different things. That makes sense. I feel like that's being added to the game for one very specific purpose at the moment. And I don't quite see what that is yet, personally. Blue with mint and white with salt. Well, you get... Technically, yes, but you also get white for mint already. In salt, they're not really adding to the game at this point for a little while, so... Probably easiest to just leave salt out. Since salt has always been that, like... The middle child. Like, it's one of those things that's in the game, but it kind of has its own identity. Just need blue candy, then we can use RGB to color any we want. Yeah, a blue would be an interesting one. I think that is the one color that does definitely feel like it's missing. But, like, what would blue be? Because it's not like... Because you can't think of it as, like... just blue. Like, it has to be something specific that fits what's already happening. What, like, nostalgic candy thing is blue? And what does it offer that mint, sour, and spicy don't. It's like just saying like blueberry is difficult to justify.
Didn't even need instructions.
Blue raspberry? There's gotta be. Yeah, a blue raspberry would be probably fitting for that era, right? But like, what even is blue raspberry? A Jolly Rancher? You have to keep it, like a Jolly Rancher, yes, but you have to keep it in the realm of what's already in the game. So it has to be a nostalgic candy like they already have, if that makes sense. Okay, we need, that's immediate thought. We need a triangle foundation. That is one of the things that has been missing for so long. A can of Pepsi Blue. That's not quite candy, is it? Alright, we need pebbles. And they use the same breaking animation as the acorns, then have a smaller hitbox for the inner layers of the jawbreakers in order to use the already in-place mechanics. Theoretically, yes. But the thing I'm saying about jawbreakers is I highly doubt, I'm never gonna say never, obviously. Like, it's possible, but I have a feeling that those are in the game in a very specific way already if they've already placed it. They placed that for a reason. They're not just saying, like, hey, let's completely rework this concept we already have added to the game, because that would take a lot of effort to redo it completely, if that makes sense. It's a little more complicated to be like, let's add this, change this thing that's already in the game, because I highly doubt that's how it works at the moment. If I'm being, like, ultimately, if I'm being realistic, yes, it would work in that concept, but that would probably take a lot of redoing of things that they probably are not interested in redoing. And if that's their plan, then all good, but as someone, as a player suggesting ideas, it's always better, as I was trying to say, like, keep it simple. You'll get better results from keeping it simple when you suggest an idea. If it's overly ambitious, it's probably more easily overlooked, is the way I think of it. Whereas if they're like, honestly, that's an easy idea, it uses all the mechanics we have, we don't have to like drastically rework this massive concept in the game already, like, I think the devs are probably going to be more receptive to something like that. And because they already are doing some really ambitious things, like underwater bases, like that kind of stuff. They're already doing ambitious things. So if we the players start asking for everything to be really ambitious, it becomes like overwhelming. Whereas if we start simple, I think we probably get our way a little easier. Cotton candy would fit into the theme? Yes, but how do you make glass out of cotton candy, right? At least in this thread of ideas we're working on. Rock candy, that's old school. Yeah, like something like rock candy would obviously work. But my thought process is for a new candy type, I think it needs the branding, right? What's missing for rock candy is that it's generic, and everything in the game currently is branded really specifically to a certain era in time. And so it's offering up an idea that's like, this is already branded to fit the era that the game is built in, not generic Not something like more generic. It's the sour rockets, the spicy cha-chas. It's got to be something that fits that concept. Old people hard candy comes in every color. Dude, again, missing the branding, I think, is the most important part of something like that. It really does have to fit the branding that the game currently uses. Can they... just the thought of how they could make the Jawbreakers work in the game. Yeah, no, for sure. The Jawbreaker is already in the game. I'm not sure... Oh, I don't know if everyone's seen that yet. That's my hesitation. It's already in the game, so I have a feeling it's already coded to be something very specific to be used in the game in a very specific way, is all. I mean, there's a lot of ways it could work, but I think they've probably not... It's early access, so no ship has, like, ultimately sailed, if that makes sense. You can always change things in early access, but I have a feeling that they said, like, we're adding a Jawbreaker for this reason, and it's already coded to work for that reason. Gummy candy, like licorice, and just chop it like a stem and melt it down to make stained. But, like, does a licorice ever actually make, like, a hard candy? Although this game is very fictitious, or like a fiction type game, it does have a lot of elements that are, like, realistic to a certain degree. So, like, licorice would never be what a hard candy is. Because all the other candies are definitely a hard candy type substance. Pop Rocks was famous back then. Pop Rocks could be interesting. We need to do, like, as a community, like, some research on, like, a blue candy type. But the hard part is, like, all the candy is an elemental type thing. So what does blue offer that spicy, fresh, salt, and sour don't? If we're, like, seriously looking at getting it added to the game. Of course, it's easy to add Pop Rock, like a Pop Rocks type thing, to the game. But then it has to have a larger, and, like, maybe that answers NATO's question. It has to be a more ambitious thing that fits the current theme. That's the way I see it. Are you just gonna gunk me up like that? That's very helpful there. Pop Rock's like an explosive. Could be. Really trying to think of, like elements. Hot, cold. Is it a water type one? But then it's like, that's the difficult part of adding that extra piece, is then it becomes like, candy is a very specific thing in this game that adds an elemental effect. The reason candy is in the game is to add an elemental effect to your weapon. So if it's not doing that, then what is it doing? How do we convince them? Make a good argument. That's the way I look at it. You fight him. I'm gonna go get this. Electric for blue. Electric would be kind of an electrical element when you get in the water. Now we're getting somewhere. We're adding a water area, and you can have electrical effects that work against the water waves. That could be really interesting. That feels like an easy argument. Maybe it's overpowered. Maybe it kills us because electricity and water don't work together very well. But, like, I feel like there's like an electric blue raspberry candy or something like that. That could be really interesting. That could be really, really interesting. And the Pop Rock effect is sort of an interesting, like, maybe it's a stretch to say it's shocking, but it does sort of shock the senses. But maybe that throws too much in. That could be really interesting, though. That's sort of the train of thought that I'm trying to think of. Like, how does it create that elemental effect that candy does in the game? New things. One of the new things coming is brain power. Maybe it helps us to make some things that, like, glass somehow. I mean, we're getting, like, new brain power? We already have brain power in the game, do we not? Or are you thinking of it in a different way? It's like brain power is in the game whenever you scan anything, you get brain power. It's like the leveling system that's already implemented, if I'm not mistaken. You seen any boss weapon from the first game? There are some OP ones. But it could work. I feel like electricity, an electrical shock type thing could be interesting. Oh, shit. Brain power updates. Yeah. I don't know what that just unlocks more now. What's up, flying zombies? How's it going? Gummy bears can be used for translucent materials. Love old people candy. Why is my... everything feels slightly laggy? I'm having, like, hitching. Does it look like... are you guys noticing this? Where it feels like I'm, like, stuttering when I'm running now? Can't tell if that's a lag or not, though. It just feels like something's off. It is lag. It's a really weird lag. Because we're getting closer to our old thing. Definitely. Close to it. So far away from it. I don't get it. You're not seeing it? Okay, I'm feeling it. It feels like the character's like, like, it's not quite like that lag where it catches up, but it kind of feels like it. OBS always looks slightly better for some reason, but I broke Max's legs. It's finally catching up with me. My inability to use the dandelion tufts properly. He's limping. That's what it feels like. It feels like he's limping and like one leg's moving faster than the other and he's catching up weirdly. It feels so weird. It just feels so wrong right now. Yeah, I don't see it on OBS. That's so weird. It looks totally fine on OBS, but on my screen, it's way worse. Oh, that's so annoying. I'm glad it's not affecting you guys. It's slightly driving me insane. Water can counter spicy effects. True. Then you gotta make... the hard part with, like, water is then you gotta, like, counteract all the spicy bugs. Kinda interesting, though. There's a lot you could do with it, though, for sure. Why are there not just millions of pebbles everywhere? Feels like it's only when I'm running, though. Gonna pet that dog. I'll pet the doggies for you. These goofball dogs. Also, I've been talking to Eric and Chris, getting Casually Grounded set up, and I may have been giving Eric some crap in the Casually Grounded stream about how he's gonna pepper him with questions and ideas and concepts, and he's like, I'm ready. He's ready for them all, so. We have to find a way to, like, do it where we're not, like, pressuring too hard, but we also, like, gotta get our points across, right? Actually, forgot
Later,
that.
critter.
Just harvest
Come
rocks
on
with
over
the
here.
ladybug now. What pulls have you ripped today? A Surging Sparks. We ripped a Surging Sparks pack, and we got the Cerulege EX. It's a little hard to see with the sleeve on. Nothing too crazy, but not horrible. I gotta be honest, does the ladybug not just feel insanely slow?
Buggy gotta work on the cardio.
That doesn't feel like as fast as it should be. Dang, the ladybug is so slow. This is way less effective than I was hoping. This isn't good. Can't use the ladybug because it's too slow. This is painful. I've never really used it. This is painfully slow. I'm not gonna lie. It's too slow. And that doesn't even feel like more effective. Does the... When you upgrade the ladybug mutations, does it... Bust 30 resources, so that probably makes it busting power increased. Alright, well... Make... Ooh. Will this be a virtual stream or our traveling virtual? Yeah, I'm just gonna be at my office. I'll just be sitting here like normal. But we will be on the Obsidian stream. I will not personally be streaming. Just let me know. Have we thought about that yet? This shit's too loud. Alright, get me out of here. Bought Frogadier, Wattrel, Waylord, and Wogue Trio. Nice. I pulled two of the Frogadiers actually in my my rip I did with my buddies. I got two of those ones. I was really hoping for the Froakie, but it was not meant to be. What time is it? I think it's like 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is or 10 or 10:30 Pacific Standard Time is the Casually Grounded stream. This thing is, I kind of hate the ladybug if I'm being honest. You can't just like speed it up just a hair. I do like the Froakie more than I like the Frogadier, but I also pulled the SIR Greninja, so I really can't complain. And although it was a nightmare to do today, I did get the Pitch Black drop today on Pokemon Center. and I was able to get 2 Pokemon Center ETBs, 2 booster bundles, and a booster box of Perfect Black, so I was very excited about that. It was not a fun process to get. It really, really sucked. It was horrible. The site was running like complete garbage. But I hit. We got it in the long run. Take that. What's up, Darkus? The Blastoise I want in a slab for around 200. Nice. That's not too bad. For Blastoise in a slab, that's not bad. I love Blastoise, but the cards are so expensive. So freaking expensive. In AM, what gamers are up that early? That's the time they always do their streams. Like, most people are just at work, is the struggle. How you like the new buggy? It feels, is it maybe underwhelming? Maybe the correct word I would use for
barbecue right here.
Very underwhelming. I like the cannon aspect of it. It's too slow.
Take a breath, big guy.
It's like painfully slow. That it just makes me not enjoy it. Because I feel like buggies should offer more than, like, their transportation. And this feels slower than the character does. And that's kind of rough. Kind of painful. Alright, treats. Timber needs his other treat. Still a spider rider myself. Yeah, I'm the same. I much prefer the spider. Darkest 1 through 11. I mean number 1 through 11. They're pricey. I do trades though, so it doesn't hurt as bad. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Trades. I actually got a little binder specifically for my trade cards. 9? Alright. Do you play Pokemon Champion 2? I have not played Pokemon Champion, no. It doesn't look bad, though. I just don't have a lot of time outside of stream to play mini games. So, just one of those ones I haven't picked up yet. I would love to get... Eventually, I'll get a Switch too, so I can play Pokopia, the new Pokemon game, when that comes out in a year or whatever it is. I don't mind this, the way it attacks and stuff, but yeah, it's just too slow. Maybe if it could one-shot a wasp, it would be worth it. Yeah, maybe. Play Pokemon TCG Live. I played the TCG game for a while, but I kind of got bored. I just prefer real cards. It was a fun supplemental thing, but it just kind of got boring after a while. Playing the game on it was kind of fun, and like building decks. Like eventually I may get into like actually playing the game, because a card shop close to me does do events, and you can get the like pre-release cards and packs and stuff, so
Woo! Let's go!
it does seem kind of interesting. It's hard to find the time to do.
I'd rather be on top than below this one.
That's the only struggle. Been here since 10 and YouTube chat just loaded.
There, another one down.
Seems like it's working for everyone else, I think. Said treats and my dogs looked at the screen. Yeah, like... Yes, that's part of grinding the buggies and their abilities up, which I have no problem with, but man, being able to kill a rock in 2 hits with this and 3 hits with the buggy right off the bat just feels a little painful. saves you from jumping on and off, but I'm guessing it probably gets to one-shot eventually, but it's a lot of grinding. Drink or die. Someone might use a card, though, to prevent me. Actually, don't even have any water. My canteen is still in the Dozer Stadium. I was forced to drop it with a card in the Dozer Stadium, and I never picked it up. So it's still sitting there. Probably get that at some point, but yeah. We don't even have a canteen because I've been too lazy to build another one. Never died of hunger or thirst in this game. Technically, I have because of a Streamloots card someone played, but never, like, organically did it. Need to find a better pebble farm.
Woo! My heart is pumping.
Like we just ran around the entire map, and I came with far too many things in my inventory, so we were not very effective. Did once because of Woozy? That's hilarious. I'm actually really glad they added the Woozy effect. I think that's a really, really good addition. Because the whole, like, stink effect was, like, fine, but it's so easily negated. Whereas the Woozy effect feels like a really good way to make it way more impactful when you're not dealing with it properly. Because otherwise it was just kind of like, as long as I don't stay in here too long, I'm fine. Whereas now it really does feel like it has an actual downside now, which I think is great. Alright, what was it? 9 for Darkus? Alright, one of my favorites. Destined Rivals. Can we get some luck for the Mewtwo? Some Mewtwo luck in the chat? I want that freaking Destined Rivals Mewtwo so bad. Or like anything from Destined Rivals. Destined Rivals has not been a set for me so far. It's been really, really rough. I've done so well with other sets, I really can't complain, but I would love it. Nidorina, Baltoy, Sudowoodo, Squovert, Team Rocket's Watchtower, Metacham, Psyduck, an Applin. We have 2 Applin. Hey, let's go. That's a hit. The luck. Thank you for the luck, you guys. Oh, holy crap. That might... What is this? Hold on a second. Hey, what's up, Spencer? How's it going? I think that's my best Destined Rivals hit. What, Spencer, what is the triple gold star? It's not like overly valuable, but I think that's the best hit I've gotten from Destined Rivals so far. That's sick. Let's go. Is that a hit? It is a hit. What about Articuno? It's not legendary. They have like specific names. Take it. Take that all day. Oh, that looks horrible with the lighting. Best hit. Destined Rivals has been rough. Been real rough for me. It's a $18 card. It's not all about value, but just to give reference. Hold on, I want to look up what that even is. Hyper rare. Okay, that's what it is. I was like, it's not an ultra rare. Yeah, hard one to get. Low hit rate. Low hit rate. Take that all day. Finally, something from Destined Rivals. I haven't opened a whole lot of Destined Rivals, but that feels good to finally get something from it. Just been sitting here praying for anything from that set. Cobblemon, it's legendary. Yeah, Articuno's a legendary bird, yes. But for the cards themselves, that's just... I mean, it's technically still a legendary, but it's not like a... It's just a hollow rare. The Timber luck continues. As a zero here in chat. What is happening? Would know. So Zero is who I do my rips. He's one of the people I do my rips with. Wait a second. Helps when I'm on the right screen. He watched me pull some heat last rip. We did well. We did well. I won the rip, so I was happy. And me and Zero both hit Pokemon Center today, so that felt really good. And I felt really bad for his brother and our other buddy who got absolutely cooked and couldn't get anything. I feel so bad. I was like, after I hit on Pokemon Center's Zero, I was like, oh, well, your brother has got it. Like, he's like five minutes behind me. I'm like, he's got it. We're good. And our other buddy had already just completely given up on the whole thing because his day was going so poorly. And then for your brother not to hit, I was like, oh no, I feel so bad. I'm seriously contemplating giving or trading your brother.
Nathan Brailsford
unluckiest of
wants you
today
to
was
eat
rough,
the first
yeah.
food item
Unluckiness.
found on the ground.
What can we eat? What can we eat? Is there even anything here? Is there like a dead weevil or something? There's nothing around here. Not offering anything up till I know I'm actually getting my order. Yeah. But it's because your brother essentially gifted me the red Victini. I know that he didn't know. Oh, there we go. He didn't know what he was giving me, but I'm like, I'm very grateful because I'm in this whole thing because of him. So I'm like, assuming I get my stuff, I might offer him one of my Pokemon Center ETBs and like as a trade for just like the value I paid for it. Now, that's if my stuff doesn't show up frickin' cooked like my booster box did from Chaos Rising. There's a big if. I don't if I get two ripped ETBs, I don't think he's gonna really care. But I've been sitting here contemplating offering it all day, especially since I'm already asking for one of his cards. We already have like a $35 card that he's offering to me, so I'm like, I'm gonna owe him 35 bucks, or we're already halfway there. Sure, I could find something in his collection of stuff that I like anyways. Because like ultimately I want one Pokemon Center ETB for my sealed collection and stuff. It's nice to have the other one for trade down the line, so I can trade for a card I want, so someone can get what they want, so someone else can get one. Like, that's the way you're doing it, but I feel like I owe him a little bit. Make it so you can turn the texture of the stem half floor so it can be like 2 of the smaller stem floors, but use less build limit. What? What do you mean? Not quite following what you're saying. There's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of if and buts and maybes.
Didn't even need instruction.
Once I get it and everything, and we know what we got and how they came, there's potential I offer that up. I feel like at this point I do kind of owe him, so. I know he's not going to say, like, I have to or anything, but I'm turning my gamma up. This is too dark. Like on the stem triangle, you can turn it now so it can line up. Timber, he can get further off the bed. That it feels like he's not even trying right now. Alright, that's a little better. I can actually see what I'm doing now. Saying like this? I still don't quite get what you're saying, Ducky. You just don't like the gap or something? Back, do I have 2K Everchar? I guess I can stop. Holy cow. That's insane. That's a lot. that is a lot of Everchar. Like, kind of an insane amount of Everchar. So that's a little ridiculous. In the I'm jealous. Right near it, so I make periodic runs, but I guess I'm gonna stop for a while. Yeah, I think you can take a break. Might be time to focus on something else for just a little while. Okay, so eventually this side probably needs to go lower. So we do like a higher end part of the city there, and then a lower city here. So the question is like, how do we want to make that happen? Where does that transition happen? Probably just right at this wall. I mean, I don't know how we did it, but that lines up pretty dang good with this wall, if I'm being honest. Almost too good. Went to refill torch and actually saw the number. That's a happy accident. That's what we call a happy accident. Oh, Bob Ross. I still don't quite understand what you're trying to get at, Ducky. Maybe I'm just completely... It's going right over my head. Remember, all I need is a bed for my butt. Yes, that is... He's a weirdo. Looking a little cockeyed. Is it morning yet so I can see? Holy cow. I'm sure I'm overthinking it, but I'm just slightly not understanding. I have Cooper because my wife and son went out of town for 2 days, 2 or 3 days. Well, they're coming back Friday. They're just gonna go to town to help out my brother-in-law. And see some family for a family event, but I'm stuck here working. My wife works Monday through Wednesday. So she was like, well, I'll go see them for a couple days and then come right back. So fascinated by the mustache. It's so hypnotic. There are moments in life, because like I have enjoyed the mustache. I had it for 4 years, like between 3 or 4 years, and I shaved it for an interview, and because my wife was like, I kind of want to see your face again without it, and then I shaved it, and I lived without it for, I don't know, you guys saw, a couple months probably, a handful of months, and I just felt like something in my life was missing. I felt like I didn't like the person I was without the mustache. Not that I was like a worse person, but I just felt like my face looked too serious. I didn't look like I was as happy of a person. And so I was very happy when she said, I want you to grow it again. I miss it now. My wife met me way before I had the mustache. I grew it out because a bunch of my buddies and my brother-in-law and cousin, my wife's cousin, all were growing mustaches. And so I was like, hey, I want to try growing one of those. I would like to have a stash. And it just kind of stuck. It's one of those things you just, when it works, it works. And I had it for quite a long time.
Promise.
But I was very happy when she made the decision that she wanted it back. Mustache is the key to happiness. It's definitely the key to something. I mean, I would go to the liquor store and I would get carded without it. Like, it had a lot of negative effects on my life. And I just look so young. Not that I look way older with a mustache, but I look like I could be older than I am with the mustache. Is the key. And I liked not just being questioned about my age. Originally, she didn't like kissing me. It was too pointy. And I got a beard conditioner, beard oil type thing that makes it softer and stuff, so she also appreciates that now. So it's a win-win. But I was very happy when she was like, no, bring it back. Run it back. Try it again. Not had a mustache since I was like 13. Oh, I haven't not had a mustache. The double negative. To 13, dude, I couldn't even grow this thing until I was 13. That was the biggest struggle. I just don't do facial hair doesn't really run in my family very well, so this is all I got. I tried growing a beard and it didn't work very well. Always accept the power of the stash eventually. Yes. Yes. I do love it. I just prefer it. I like the look. Want to see a bug? Sure. I don't think being carded at my age is a negative. True. But I've had people look at me like, you think you could buy alcohol? And obviously it's gonna hit a point in life where I'm like, I wish I looked younger, but I don't think looking young will ever really be
Didn't even need
problem.
instructions.
Very young. This needs to come out half by half. What's up, Timber? What do you need, buddy? Like this. Getting. Oh yeah, I saw your image, Ducky, of the Woolly Whoppers floating. I did see that. This is a very wasteful way to do what I'm doing, but I guess it is what it is. What do you need, Timber? It's like we got all these treats really early on, and now we're just like lagging. Where's my
Hey, we'll drive.
reasoning to be
Let's go.
dead? Quarter pebblet foundations for that. My quarter. Fine. Because it's technically cheaper. Oh, if I mean we're already being wasteful. We're already being wasteful, right? I'm not too worried. Sorry. That works. Get this angle. Well, isn't that satisfying? That works out really well. Like that. It's cheaper. Technically. I mean, yes, it is. I get it. We're committed, right? I committed. I'm in it. We're already in it. I'm already being wasteful. At this point. Texting the wifey, one sec. I gotta turn this AC off. I'm freezing. Sorry, Denver. Where is this base? We are just behind the Urgol statue. It's in this cove thing. Crevasse. What, I don't know what we call it. I like a little bit of that. I think that looks kind of nice. I don't want to like cover too much of it. Kind of like leaving like a little bit of natural design for the area. What's my fault? What did you do? I don't feel like blaming me is fair. Just build. What did I overdo? This? Loaded a save instead of saving. I feel like that's, I gotta say, that's on you. I don't think I'm gonna take credit for that one. If I'm being honest. Like one more, let's get all this out of the way. It's all up here. I don't even know why this is all here. Jump, you fool. I honestly forgot I had these materials down here in the first place. Becky and I are building a new base over by the anthill that leads to the veggie garden. One day I'll add more to the tiki bar and spa, like real fireplace and hot tubs. Nice. You guys are playing together? Right, there is a point. I don't know how this worked out, but this is... like two grids intersecting here. Feels like we should just fix it. Because we're here, right? It's just do it right the first time. No reason to get in here with another grid if we don't really need it. I love it. These leaves just don't even want to work right anymore. So nice. Did you?
Hey, Will, let's go!
What? I wasn't expecting that to just despawn, but I'll take it. I didn't want it here.
Put your feet up, bud. You earned it.
You've gone soft these last 2 years.
I have not. I'm not soft. Ask for some 3-in-1 versions of parts. We have like door frames and the mushroom part. Do you need that though? Like, what would be the advantage over something you can make already, right? You could do like a larger door frame, but outside of the door frame, it doesn't really make any sense because it can be achieved by 2-in-1 without making something. I don't see the advantage outside of like doors specifically. Like a 3-wide door would be nice at times. So you had like a centered piece. That part would be nice. Sorry for the delay. We help each other build on the world and stuff from time to time. Nice. Love to hear it. Love when the community gets together and plays the game together. That's nice. So we roughly want to get to like what? This. Be able to like cover this for the most part. And use this as a quick little template. Figure out how low we need to go for this ramp system thing. And he's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, play with followers weekend once a month. I have been, not that it's like something that's I can do super consistently or anything, but I do plan on doing more
Didn't even need
Discord
instruction.
type streams. Wouldn't really consider it a stream, but just like I hang out in Discord and play. So we did that a couple last weekend or something, I think. I hung out in the Discord and played Subnautica with people. I mean, some people were playing other games, of course, but I was specifically playing Subnautica. It's a little low, but it might.
Just looking, I promise.
Stuck at work doing overtime until 1? That's horrible. Ugh. Tried doing some in-floor lighting and it killed your FPS. Yeah, lighting is the number one thing that will cause lag. That is for sure. It really, it's tough. Okay, I'm gonna get this. It's like as close to this entrance as possible. kind overs. Guess it's about the best you can hope for, right? How well will this line up? Pretty close, pretty close. Subnautica is fun, but not as fun as Grounded 2. I think it'll get there. I mean, obviously, it's still very, very early. Very, very early. So, kind of have to... It just doesn't... Grounded has way more content at this point in time. So it's going to be hard to compare the two. Because, like, Grounded was not as fun. Like, honestly. Grounded was not as fun when the very first update came out. It was good, but it's gotten really good because it's had a couple major updates. This might be my limit. I have to work tomorrow, but you better stream on Saturday. That is the plan. That's the plan. Game's broken? That's unfortunate. Building the foundation of the village below an underground cave now? Yes. Yes. So yeah, this was always the plan. This was always definitely the plan. To do something along these lines. But I wanted to, I needed a little bit of a break, and this also feels like a really good... This is a very easy addition to sort of get this city laid out, while I am a little mentally stuck on the Mega Tower at the moment, design-wise. Come on, get up there. Feels like the effect that this offers is a big effect. It drastically improves the whole design of the build with minimal effort. So it felt like the right time to be like, all right, how can we make big progress quickly in a short period of time? And I'm already liking it. I very, very much like the way this is headed. But yeah, the original plan was always to come down into this cave. We already have some of the stuff laid out because I wasn't sure if it was gonna let me build in here forever, so I kind of placed this stuff right off the bat. Yeah, we'll have like a okay. Always wanted to have some type of like dark market vibe. So it feels like the right time. Sometimes need a little break. I'm excited to see it all looks good so far. Yeah, it's like that. The mental break from one specific thing, a lot like quick, easy progress is always something that I advise whenever you can. When you're struggling a little bit. You're stuck on something, it's so much easier to just do something like this. That visually makes a really big difference, and it's like, okay, mentally I feel like I'm making progress right now, like huge leaps and bounds of progress for the overall build. Without really having to like worry about specific designs and ideas and stuff, which is always really nice. Mental break can make a really, really big difference. But if we keep running out of pebble, it's less useful. Where is the best freaking pebble farm? I have no clue where to get a lot of pebble quickly. This doesn't feel like there's like a great spot. Why Why can't I switch to no build limit in creative? It's like they're scared of people like Lude who hit the limit one day. I honestly am confused. I will say that is probably one of my biggest pieces of confusion in general with the way the game currently runs.
Don't make them like I used to.
Is it doesn't. Yeah. Creative build limit. South of the picnic table. Oh, that is a good spot. It's like, if you can turn the build limit off in survival, why can't you do it in creative? It seems kind of like it should be. There should be a build limit in survival, and there shouldn't be in creative. The way I see it, it just feels like it's almost set up backwards right now. It really feels backwards.
We could bottle that up and make a killing.
Because, like, obviously, pushing the limits in survival is always going to be one of those things that sort of is limiting. But you kind of know when you're building in creative, like, at some point, you're probably breaking the limits of the game to a certain degree. That's just expected. Like, if you build so much in creative, you kind of know that you're going to ultimately ruin your performance. I'm already beyond the build limit in survival. I mean, you're beyond the performance limit. Performance and build limit are very different. Because, like, I'm not past the build limit in any of my stuff, but you can keep building. Yes, you would be past it to a certain degree. I'm just saying, if they have it implemented, I'm not saying they need to revert it. I'm saying if it's in survival that you can turn off the build limit, it should be the opposite. Like, you shouldn't be held to a limitation that survival doesn't limit you to. That's Rockme's comment, Ducky. Biggest patches I've seen. Oh yeah, the picnic table. Yeah. We also need clay, don't we? Right. Do the picnic table. Where a lot of clay is too. Brain feels like it's beyond its limit. I do that to myself as well. If I turn it off, no limit, it won't let me place blueprints. Yeah. I'm not saying they need to revert it. I'm saying if they're allowing no build limit in survival, the build limit in creative seems weird. You know? Does that make sense? It's one of those things, like, you can't really have one without the other. If you're not limiting people in survival, arguably more performance. It affects the performance and stuff more because you're doing story and you're doing a lot of other stuff. It doesn't really make sense that survival allows for no build limit, but creative doesn't.
Yeah.
If anything, what I'm saying is that, like, it feels like survival should be the one that has the build limit. But since they don't, it just feels like turn it off in creative. And if people break the game in creative, they break it in creative. That's expected. We don't need to save performance in creative. If people want to build that big, they just kind of deal with it, right? Wait, this one. No, I got 4. I think that's called builder's block, like how an artist can't draw. Yeah. Builder's block for sure. No matter what, I'm gonna run like... Yeah, it's gonna run bad because of the size of your city. Yeah. And I think that's something you accept. Like, ultimately, it doesn't even matter if the game
Let's
is
go.
perfect in its performance and they've done everything they possibly can. As a mega builder and someone that builds, I think we all, to a certain degree, expect at some point we're going to hit the point where our device is no longer going to be able to handle what we're doing. And that's just partly how it is. And you're going to get there eventually, no matter what, so... I think the creative builders fully understand that. But the sandbox was massive, yeah. But I also was running a really high-end computer, and Grounded 1 was just... The performance was just better. This is already a more complicated game than Grounded 1.
Web's got
But
me.
placing pieces, you guys didn't see it because we eventually kind of stopped playing, but eventually placing pieces was pretty miserable. It ran well when I was running around, but when I tried to place blueprints, it was so... I lost all I guess. It was like being in Chance World when I was actually building. So it got there. But, I mean, we made it a really, really long way. It is. As soon as I get closer to this, maybe we need to destroy this old base. Maybe that's what we do after the dev stream. Maybe I start destroying this old base, because it does not like this. Had to kill some lighting, yeah. Less lights. That's kind of the reason I've avoided... Okay, hold on. Save. Oh, jeez, we're gonna crash. I can't save because I'm in combat. Son of a gun. Get me out of here. I feel a crash coming when we're close to this base. This base is so much leggier. I'll say that's one thing I've maybe noticed is, like, if you've been working on your build pre-Toxic Tangle, something about the older builds makes things run worse. Because I feel like my current build is more complicated and has more pieces than the original build we were working on. But for some reason, as soon as I get close to this base, it just runs like garbage. Everything runs poor in this area. Because I didn't feel like I was having that stutter step that I was talking about earlier, but now it's back when we get closer to this base. It's like something in this older base does not like it. I know part of it is a lot of it's destroyed, so it's always trying to render in the blocks that need to be repaired, which tanks performance. I noticed that, which is obvious. A blinking red texture all over the place is gonna affect performance in the long run. But I think ultimately we might need to destroy this base. Something about it just runs really, really badly. So yeah, we have a lot of weird stutter stepping happening that I'm not a fan of. And it seems to be affecting quite a large area around the base.
Woo! My heart is pumping.
And I never foresee myself coming back to this base. Started destroying your picnic table base last week. Yeah, it seems like it might be worth it. Howdy y'all. I'd imagine each major update and the map growing build size will be optimized larger and larger. Yeah, definitely. I think it's sort of an up and down effect, so you're gonna get probably worse performance. Like, you it gets a little better, and then you're gonna take a little dip with new stuff because something's gonna break, and then it's gonna go back. But it's like it's always trending upwards in the long run. It's gonna get a little bit better, but it might feel like it gets a little bit worse at first while they're adding things like the pond. I can't imagine the pond is gonna be great for performance at its first attempt. But I imagine they're working on stuff little by little. Have I buffed Chip yet? Yes. Yes, he is buffed up. I know well, I think so. I've definitely done the ants. I don't, can you upgrade the spider at all?
A-wheel drive. Let's go.
Can you buff the spider at all yet? Like, specifically? Or was it like you could buff it like 1 level or something? It was like you could buff the red ant the most and then the others less. Something like that. Did mine once? Yeah, once. I think that sounds right. So I've definitely done it like he's upgraded as much as he can be so far, but it wasn't a whole lot. I mostly spent time getting the mutations upgraded.
Yeah.
If deleting old bases does help the game run, I hope they add a nuke item to watch my base explode. That is one nice thing that Subnautica 2 does. You can destroy one specific base and then it drops all the items into like a little beacon thing. That's a great addition. So you can just, alright, I want all my stuff back and I can get it quickly. And it just sits there. I think it's a little glitchy, unfortunately, where it may not give you like all the items back, but it's a good addition. I like it. I've been over here in so long, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. This used to be my backyard. We'll run through the old base. I'll show you how laggy it is once we do this farming run. Yeah, I've just noticed something. Older bases, this base compared to my new one runs so much worse, and there's so little. We moved over so many materials. It's kind of surprising that it doesn't run very well. It feels like this base should run a lot better because we've done more off-grid designs in the new base. We have more items placed. We have more chests placed. We have more lighting placed. Like, in every way, shape, or form, the base is more. There's a lot of foundations, probably, is the only thing I can think of currently that's different. We got a lot of randomness built in this old base, but feels weird. It doesn't make sense to me why this one runs so much worse. Feels counterintuitive. So it makes me think that potentially it has something to do with the base being built previously in a previous update. But like if you're building a base, if you delete an older base that's halfway across the map, I'm guessing that that's probably not going to help your other base. Like, if they're really close to each other, it's likely that it probably helps, because this feels like it's lagging in quite a large, and like if we were looking at it, if this is the base, it felt like it was lagging, it's lagging in like a radius like this. Because we were lagging we were over here, it was a little laggy, it's a little laggy in this area, it was laggy there, I noticed it while we were doing this stuff, so it feels like there's a pretty substantial radius around this base that it lags, but like this other base it's no effect. This one feels totally fine. So I think it might be a radius thing. Yes, this is Cooper. This is our other dog. He doesn't normally like being up here, but my wife went out of town for a few days, so I thought I'd bring him up to hang out. If my wife's home, he doesn't have any interest in being away from her. He might come up for treats, but he eventually wants to leave. But when she's not home, he wants to be close to me. He's a mama's boy, so
Show me you remember how to do this.
I don't really want to. Gonna have to bribe him with treats now. Good luck. He's hard to bribe. He'll come up and he'll just leave. Like he's gonna sit. He'll just sit and scratch the door, which is not fun.
God, I expected more from you.
Go, Ducky. Why is it? It works when it's all capitals? I don't understand. Share a world with friends. We each have a base. 2 of them are huge. I don't experience lag unless I make too many dew catchers or run all your crafting machines simultaneously. Interesting. I don't think I've ever noticed lag using machines and stuff. It's interesting. Although I haven't done a whole lot of crafting as of late, so.
Just looking, I promise.
Just forget about this feature. I need to be better about this. Look at all these resources we were missing just because I wasn't using that. Such a good addition. It works when I type it in. It doesn't work when you type it in. I don't know why. On Series X, not a nuclear reactor. Yeah. Tracking feature is great. Yeah, especially at night. Way better. So, there's sometimes I wish that it wasn't yellow. The decision to use yellow at night feels really good. The rest of the time, it's a little hard. It's a little difficult to see.
Just looking, I promise.
We need some more clay.
Hey, Bill, woo! My heart is pumping.
Mine are white, not yellow. It might be, I think, what is it called? Colorblind mode. Maybe if you're potentially in colorblind mode, that could be the something that would affect that. Holy pebbles! They're everywhere. Partially colorblind. Color depends on character. That's a really weird decision. Make a channel points thing that's like 10k, and you have the person that used it as a pack. I don't know.
Just looking, I promise.
I know you want to be able to access the packs. I'm not sure that's the direction I want to go yet, though. I know I can give it. I know. I get what you're saying. Oops is pink for the scanner? That's so weird. Need the air on. Okay. I'm gonna turn the AC back on for him.
Keep you happy?
I'm giving Timber a free treat. They're not very big.
Later.
Willow is cyan? I feel like cyan would be a lot easier to see.
Just looking, I promise.
That just would make sense. But it doesn't make any sense that a feature like that is different. Because I feel like yellow is quite difficult to see. Everything is great at night. I missed that one. Farming resources at night. First time seeing the wee pupper, bet him. Timber got jealous. Wish Willow's was purple, to be honest. I mean, I feel like they should all just be the same. I don't think they should be different. Why would you want the band Ducky card to be easier to make? There's quite a few of them out there. I think people are just saving them. But I don't want any one specific card to be, like, too easy to get, because then it just, like, defeats the purpose, and people just make a ton of them. Ultimately get a ton of it. I'm not saying it's not your card, but you have to think of it in terms of it becomes a problem
Just looking, I promise.
for other reasons than just it getting used. Like there will be a disproportionate amount of that one card. That then it'll be pointless because there'll be so many of them that they won't get used. You want to use your card? Why aren't you paying yourself? That makes even less sense. The point is for people to ban you. Pick and fights. One reason I don't use max because the yellow bothers me. It's not great. Yeah. It's a downside. It's definitely a downside. I can question you all I want. My stream, my rules. I turned the air back on, Timber. You're okay.
Just looking, I promise.
Hopefully when they add the custom scab colors. How'd you get out of your hole? It ultimately feels like it should just be something you can pick and choose. Are you done trying to kill everything? Like, did they buff the wolf spider in Grounded 1? I could kill it with just my hands, and Grounded 2 kills me a dozen times.
Just looking, I promise.
I don't feel like it was that much harder. It has a more difficult attack set because of the whole, like, attack positioning thing it does now. Did they buff the wolf spider? Kills me in... Wait. Oh, kills you in Dozer. Oh. Is the Dozer set just be better? I don't know if the Dozer set is inherently just meant to be unkillable. Sure, it's tankier, but... I don't feel like anything kills me, but I also don't play on low, so... You can kill everything with fists, so it's kind of lame.
Just looking, I promise.
Dozer set is good. Decided to kill the wolf spider with no armor in grounded 1. I mean, you can kill everything in grounded 2 without it. You just got a perfect block better, right? Unkillable is Mantis with Frenzy and the crit mutation. I have not used it. I just don't like the lack of perfect blocking. I have to be able to perfect block. Do not like not perfect block. Get him, Chip. You only tip $2 at a time with streamers. That's not true. We had a $50 tip from 117 on last Friday.
Crap. Bucky's getting
Awesome
roughed up.
passive healing. Throw a spicy axle spear for double dot. Everything becomes easy. I mean, it is good. Okay, good. Don't die.
He's out on me yet.
$2K. Would you stop blocking his attacks for it?
Help my bug and wrap things up. Sorry I got you into this mess.
You can only? Oh no. What?
Just looking, I promise.
Why even mention that? I'm surprised it's more than 100, honestly. Who the heck's donating 2K to anyone? If you wanted to tip $1 million, you could buy the cards, so contradicting yourself. You want everyone to gift packs, but you want to donate $1 million? I'm not sure I'm following the thought process. In duck money?
Just looking, I promise.
We can call bits ducks. Donate some ducks. Unfortunately, we don't accept any loonies or toonies here. What's up, Hardway Customs? Welcome in. Duck Crypto. Oh, jeez. We're gonna have a timber coin. Oh, too late for me. Enjoy rock farming. Thank you. Yeah, sorry it's a little farm heavy tonight, but I didn't really have much of a plan, and then we just kind of started doing this, so. Appreciate you hanging out, though. I typically do all my farming off stream, but this wasn't quite the plan for tonight, so. I play on medium difficulty.
Just looking, I promise.
I hate the zoom in sometimes. Where is this milk molar? I want it. I just feel like we're not getting closer to it no matter where we go. Solo? Yes, this is just me. Me, myself, and I. I mean, we have Chip. We got Chip. I'm not all alone. As I like to say, the gang's all here. We have used napkin, Chip, and Penny, if you know your SpongeBob references.
Just looking, I promise.
Gang's all here. Although now, whenever I look at it, since we use Chip all the time, I kind of feel like we're it's like Chisel Chip. As a buddy, yes, I do. I got friends. Yes, Timber's little buddy as well, the little puppy. He's old. He's not a puppy. He's little, but he's like 14 now. Is he 15? I think he's 15. He's an old boy. You know, what if you didn't need to do that? Just trying to farm. Oh gosh, okay.
Just looking, I promise.
This is a good farming spot too. Where's the pebbles? So are these turds? Yeah, second dog, yeah. I said that, and then, because we were talking about buddies at the same time. Timing.
Buggy is the opposite of tip-top right now.
Okay, okay. Well, get me out of here. I need
Hang
water.
on, Buggy boy.
Oh, Chip, the timing, bro. The timing.
Sorry I got you into this mess. I'd rather be on top. Woohoo!
Water.
We could bottle that up and make a killer.
Water. Missed the grounded one spot with all
Just
the
looking,
pebbles.
I promise.
Looks like it was easier. Are we even close to full inventory? Alright, kind of. Hey, where are you going? Stop! 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 What the heck? Under the southern oak tree by the ice cream cart is a good spot to farm clay and pebbles. We're doing all right. We found a lot, but this is one of those projects that needs a lot. Why am I losing hunger? I have my thing on.
Just looking, I promise.
Have you already killed all the bosses? Yes. Yes, we have. Many, many times. Quite a few times now.
Who's gotta eat?
More of a marathon instead of a sprint, yeah. Starting facility entrance has a lot of rocks too. This is a pretty good spot. It's just nothing close to my base. Is the struggle. One thing doubles. It's not something I was really farming up as of late. We just need to get a full inventory, and then we'll be back to building, I promise. We gotta keep getting attacked by everything.
Just looking, I promise.
Haven't killed the lizard yet. I don't have an OP set up. It's not like too difficult. Oh my gosh. Keep that low. Please keep out your weapon.
Webb's got me.
Got no buddies? We're all buddies. You guys are all my buddies. My build buddies. Thought we were all friends here. Get up.
Just looking, I promise.
Just watching vids of the Abyss update. Oh, can't wait. I'm very excited. It is time. We've survived for a long time with no content, and I am ready. I know it'll go quick, and we'll get through it fast, but some new build pieces, some new, like, new tech. Really helps refresh everything. Builds, brings the community back. Don't attack me. What did he do to you? They said, yeah, August 11th is the release date. There's no PTB this go around because they're adding PlayStation and they want everyone to get it at the same time, which I know everyone likes the PTB because everyone wants the content as soon as possible, but I'm happy because I do not partake in the PTB myself. So Vagabond Clay is a must. Yeah, I haven't gone to the good clay spots yet though. We got some, but not as much. We're gonna be running low on that pretty quick too. Why did you say true Timber has buddies? What? Attack them! What are you doing? God, these things keep exploding. What? Saying Timber doesn't help anything. Just say what you're gonna say, Ducky. Saying my name in chat over and over again, just repeat what I missed or whatever you want to say. I read it and I'm not reading Timber. Ow. I missed a rock? That's fine. Okay, we're done. Get me out of here. Lord help me. I'm sure we've missed lots of rocks. It's not the end of the world. Gosh dang it.
Hey, we'll drive.
So close.
Let's
So
go.
close. We're almost done with the farming. I promise. And then we'll run out of this really quick and we'll be right back where we are. Back to square one. Oh look, more rocks. Why do the pebbles still explode? Why did everything else get fixed, but the pebbles still just rocket everywhere? Everything else works really well.
Yeah.
Leave the larva alone.
Brutal.
I swear, dude's got worse ADHD than me. Focus. Wait. This thing. That way. We'll get this clay over here, and then we probably head back. drive me nuts. How often does your buggy get super jump? Not as often anymore, I've noticed. Definitely not as often as it used to. What's up, Sarcastic? Doing good. Hope you're doing well. Away from all these nerds.
Yeah.
Can a man just farm in peace? He's using the secret clover shield. The ultimate defensive technique. Tried out staffs today and you were so right, they're insanely good. Yeah, they're really fun. Is this one of those things, like, it's really difficult in this game to always be using the best elemental effect. The downside is you can't, like, double down, or at, like, if you're using a
Just looking. I promise.
like some bugs are weak against slashing and fresh, whatever. Just a hypothetical example.
My heart is pumping.
You can't double down because they don't have an inherent like attacking type, so you can't fully maximize damage as well as you could in the first game. I mean, you can still do it in this game, but the fact that you always have, other than salt, which no one has salt right now, so it's one of the things that's just like you always have the right elemental effect to kill what you're trying to kill. Or you just use sour. Whoa. You can just use sour and you're good. Gosh. So, I still need to get the sour staff, though. I have no idea where it is. I mean, you can get the special one, right? I think you just unlock the basic level one with sour candy. Woolly Whoppers are also super good. Who knew that Woolly Aphids would have one of the most OP weapons? Yeah, they always wanted to have like a punching archetype in the game, so I'm glad they added that. It's fun. The boxing gloves were something that was like they tried to implement in the first game for a really long time. So they talked about it, or people wanted it, and it just never came to be. Honestly, getting attacked? I know, it's never ending. There you go. Thank you for helping him there randomly. My memory is not good enough to remember where everything is. I sort of set it and forget it type thing. Like I get it, and then I only play one world, so I very quickly forget where everything is. If you play a bunch, make multiple worlds, it's a lot easier, but when you only get something one time, it's like, eh. I don't remember that.
Just looking. I promise.
Yeah, that's everything. How are we looking? How are we looking? Oh, we have so much room. That isn't that much clay. Over there. It's a leaf in the cave. You have to climb to get it. Walk past it a dozen times before I looked up. They do hide things pretty well.
Hey, Wilson. Let's go.
Oops. I accidentally ran over the aphid. It's almost easier to just farm all the pebbles on the ground. It feels like you're not getting as much, but man, there's a lot of them. Rock farming sim tonight is what we're doing. I'm an international rock farmer.
Brutal.
Run away. That is some cold water. Ooh, his scales are back. Get them. Actually helps even more because my fave smoothie right now takes sour bits. Nice. Pretty much only make Lady in the Red. The health bonus. Farm Pebblets by the mixer in the garden. That's a good way to do it too, yeah. That's way closer. It's not something I farm all that often, so I kind of just spaced on where it all is. Get away from your den. No! Stop! You son of a gun. Sandy blossoms, what it is called, it's so good. Pretty much all the stuff you need is in the garden house, so it's super easy to farm all at once, yeah. Hello? Can you get over here, Chip, please? Been a lot of foundation recently, that's why I remember, yeah. Took a long break, but we need a lot of them now. We're not even close to having them all built. But I'm already really liking how this is adding to the whole area. It's such a simple addition, adding the foundations to the city, but it's like one of those things that just feels like the progress is happening on a very quick, very fast. Outside of the fact we have to go farm pebbles. Which I'm usually a lot better about doing off stream, but a lot of people always wonder how I always have materials, and it's just I tend to do a lot of mushroom farming and stuff off stream because it's quick and easy, and burr farming because it's right next to the base. But we do run out, and proof that we do farm this stuff. I don't use hacks or anything. I farm it all up. But it's kind of a last-minute decision. I was just like, what am I going to build tonight? I want to keep working on the tower, obviously, because that's the cool part of the build, but the city is an integral part of what, like, eventually we're going to be building out, so it's kind of fun to switch it up. Forgot that this was all here. Dude. Never ending though. What the?
Just looking, I promise.
What the mosquito doing? Here we go. Come here, fool. Why is he like that? I don't remember killing a mosquito over here, so I don't know how he died. Get him. I want my last scale. You robbed me of. Get away from me.
I'd rather be on top than below this one.
I am speed. Man, everything feels so fast after riding the Ladybug for a little bit there. That thing is way too slow. I love when all my rocks go underground. Good. Glad Glad these are working really well. Wait, they're really tiny. What the heck? What the heck? I thought they fixed that glitch. Because these are like smaller rocks. They're so little. They're just like a little baby unicorn. What the heck? They didn't go under the ground. They're just really, really tiny. That's... I remember a couple things being small. I don't remember... I swear they fixed this. Weird. These are like shrunken rocks though, are they not? Like that's definitely smaller than a normal pebble. That's a new one. I wonder if those are just like oddly placed ones from a while ago. Ooh, my back. Darkest, which let me see, how many do we have left? 1 through 10. 1 through 10. I should remember that because I put 12 in. Put 12 in. Shouldn't be that hard for me to remember how to subtract 1 each time, but using my brain is hard. Let me just get back to the base. Oh, jeez. Struggling. Struggling. My brain's dead. Need to make a stinking staircase over there. I don't know why I keep doing this. Need to make my life easier, not harder. Something, come here, give me all this. They could have just hot deposited this, but whatever. Oh no, he's full. This. Gotta stay organized, you know? Where's my other build chest? Is it upstairs? It's upstairs. Seeds. There we go. All right, cleaned up. All right, pack number 9. Ooh. Haven't opened a whole lot of this set on stream, so Twilight Masquerade. We pulled the Mega Greninja SAR from Chaos Rising, the new set. We need the Twilight Masquerade Greninja. That one is so freaking cool. I want it really bad. So let's hope. Vulpix, Froakie, Eevee, Phantom, Heracross, Palafin, Handheld Fan, Love Dreepy, Monferno, and a Heatran. No dice. We did pull an ultra rare tonight, so I guess we can't really complain. Alright, I need 30 seconds here. I need to run and go to the bathroom real quick. So just give me like 30 seconds, a minute here. I'll be right back. We need a stretch break real quick. I need to do a stretch. I gotta loosen up. My back is killing me. One sec. Had to show off the calves too, I guess. That's something. Okay. Oh. Dog was crazy. Get some water. That's why I had to go to the bathroom. I've drank. This is what, 36 ounces or something. I've already drank like half of this sitting here. Too much water. Can't have too much, but we'll be in the bathroom every 10 minutes if I do. Almost 10 o'clock and it's still like 80 degrees still. Yeah, it's definitely still warm here. What's the weather like? 60, but we're gonna be up into mid 90s, mid to high 90s here this weekend. It's gonna be toasty. Nice thing where I live though, Central Oregon, it's a very dry heat, so it's not. There's no humidity whatsoever. It's nice. 75, yeah. 75 still, for late, that's still pretty warm. I need the chest. I mean, some would even say it's still smoking. That was bad. Yeah, like, doesn't this just... we're really getting the sense of the plan here, you know? I know this isn't anything, like, crazy impressive by any means, but, you know, it feels like we're starting to see the potential. Starting to see what we're ultimately trying to do here. Feels really nice. Nothing game-breaking by any means, but... feels good.
Didn't even need
Progress is
instructions.
good. Of course, it's almost nighttime too. Do this. Is this still? It's a huge space. Yeah, definitely is. We have a lot to build still. Which is, I mean, it's why I ultimately picked this spot. Is I really wanted a very, very ambitious project. We needed something that was going to last us a really long time. Very, very long time. Wanted to keep us busy for as long as possible. But yeah. An ambitious project for sure. Keep some of it in here. Take 90% of it out. That's whatever. So is life. Won't be fun. Since we don't really build a whole lot per stream. It's gonna take us a long time to get there, but so glad you're doing that at the reduced price. Oh yeah, because it was used to be really expensive, true. What are we gonna do? Reserve for my Tower Show people, I listened to your advice. I'm always happy to. You say the word. Did that before. So many rocks. Yeah, that's giant. So kind of want to let's get this grid down here. Give me a week or two. Yeah, no rush whatsoever. Definitely no rush. Before I get too crazy with this area, please go down one. Match that? What the heck? Unsupported my butt. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it's always like, it always kind of sucks when you put a lot of effort into something and then things like a recipe change and you're like, oh, that sucks for me. This could have been way easier. So, leave the grubs alone. Grubs are friends, not food. This is all lining up quite well. I really can't tell. I have so many grids going on right here. Love when a plan works.
Just looking, I promise.
Yeah, happy. I mean, especially because we always need bases right now. Like we're always on the verge of not being able to do base tours every single week, it feels like. So retours feel like one of those things that keeps us going while we wait. I know there's going to be a lot of like PlayStation players and stuff that eventually come, which is going to help boost our numbers. It's like what I'm most excited about. I'm very excited about new content, of course, but having an entire new player base, the amount of viewership that Grounded 1 gained when it got the Switch and stuff was like crazy. It's gonna be really, really good for the game. I'm excited that they made that decision. Excluding an entire player base sucks. I know PlayStation just unfortunately is kind of does it to themselves with the way they run early access stuff. They just slows everything down. But I with the proper planning, I don't think it's gonna have like the worst effect. Sure, patches will be a little slower, but as long as they're working on that stuff in the background, it shouldn't be like too horrible. Oh yeah, this is gonna be crazy. We have to figure out a little bit is how we want this area to work. Do we cover this? Do we leave it open? Feels like we need to cover it a little bit maybe. This is where I would really like angled foundations. Be really nice. I mean, we can fake it like this, but we can fake it with the extra grids we've made, but it's not. It would be easier with just a triangular foundation from the beginning. I prefer not doing weird grid stuff if I don't have to. It works, obviously, but wow, we are running out of materials fast. I always forget how expensive these types of things are. Seems we might get Mant-related stuff in summer with the teaser. That's a good question. Or observation. I don't know. It's one of those things like, did they make that to hype up something? Or did they make that so it could be a Mant-related thing. It could also be Marcus didn't let slip, but Marcus specifically mentioned that they're going to be adding Founders Pack stuff and to keep an eye out for that. And so it could be more of an homage to the fact that we're getting Founders Pack editions. Like, it could be either or. It's so hard to tell. It really could be either. I wouldn't be upset about the Mant, but my brain leads me to think that it might be Founders Pack stuff more likely. It's like we have Mant stuff, but it's also like we don't. It's kind of weird. Super weird. I have Founder Pack access, but I never bought the Founders Pack. Don't say anything. Just ignore it. Act like it's meant to be that way. Alright, we need to go make a day. It's too dark down here. Whatever happened to termites, they'll be coming. They're definitely going to come. Seems like they may have just decided to... They added the wood pile, so I think it's pretty obvious that they're going to be in one of the updates, but...
Now that's
they must
fresh.
have an idea of why they're holding them off. Likely be in summer updates? Possible. Very possible. They're not very... Dog hair in my mustache. They're not very related to what's being added in the update, though. So it's like... I'll say it feels a little weird that they weren't added with the garden update, because they ultimately feel like this is going to be a termite hub. But I guess it's very possible that, like, in the tree or something like that, we get termites. And then these are retroactively added to this area. It's very possible. It's hard to say. It seems like, because, like, just adding them here, it feels like they're going to be a bigger part of an addition somewhere. Like, so, I don't know when they're going to add that. It could be the tree, and then we get them with that, but there's already seems like a lot of bugs with the water stuff being added, so it feels kind of weird. Like, I don't know how they add that in thematically yet, but I don't know. Would just like to say that Microsoft is a multi-trillion-dollar company, and moving once with a controller in the Xbox crashes the whole app. Weird. I don't play on Xbox, so I couldn't tell you. Pushing more towards a frog-related bug, the bayou and the pond. So that's probably my #1 thing. I don't understand the koi fish being added back. I don't dislike the koi fish. I don't know why you would add a Colossus that was in the first game. It doesn't hurt the game, for sure. It doesn't hurt the game having the koi fish be in it. But it feels like the frog made more sense. Like, call me crazy. I think Jade said the same thing. It feels like a frog just was a better Colossus addition to I think, to multiple people. It just feels weird that the koi fish was the decision for the Colossus. I don't know if I fully agree with the koi fish being added back. I never disliked the koi fish, but it feels like maybe, and it doesn't mean that they can't, because they're adding the koi fish, it doesn't mean that you can't also have it. But a pond in a park, the frog just makes more sense. Sounds good, Rock Me. Catch you on the next one. Appreciate you hanging out for the night, man. Have a good rest of your evening. It's like they are rushing this game a little, maybe not by choice, but because they are being pushed to. Maybe. I also, but like in the first, maybe in early access terms, the first game they are moving slower than the first game's early access. If you were part of that, they pushed updates out really, really fast, and they just constantly felt stressed. The devs have mentioned quite a bit. That's why they aren't like scheduling updates saying we're going to release this. The August 11th edition is like the first one where like this is the release date. So they might be getting a little bit better at developing it too. But they also, like, that's why it's early access. They're testing ideas, they're coming up with stuff, they're doing things that may ultimately not end that way, you know? So there's nothing that says we won't get that, and that's not also on the docket of things to get added. So, it's hard to tell. Without knowing the inner workings of why every decision is made, it's always a little hard to tell. But a lot of people, like, resonate with Trudy and the koi fish, so it's like the homages to the first game are not bad. But I feel like it was a really good time with tadpoles to just naturally, because we know tadpoles are coming back. So we know it's absolutely possible that you get frog. Like, it could already have frogs. Like, we don't know yet. So we might be speaking out of turn, saying, like, why did they do that? That could just be the thing so far that was teased, and the other stuff hasn't been teased yet. So it's, without having more information, it's always hard to tell. Yeah, they can always add a frog down the road, and maybe they need a little more time for the frog to make it as impactful, too. That is, it's always possible that, like, hey, we can add Trudy right now, and I wouldn't mind having both. I don't think having both is a bad thing either. The game doesn't feel worse for having both. And it could already be in the update. We don't know. jump, Max. It's always hard to tell with small amounts of information. Not a whole underwater person in any games, knowing the toe biter, that hidden bug in the teaser helps prepare us at least for the horror it'll give us. Yeah, it's gonna be horrifying. Which the first one, in the first game, the pond just always felt like, because to a certain degree this is a little bit of a horror game. It is always gonna have that like scary bug vibe and feeling, like, oh, it's always going to have that, so it needs to continue that. And the pond in the first game had dark corridors and stuff, but the only thing that could ever do anything was a diving bell spider. It felt very underwhelming that there was no tier 3 water thing. The koi fish was there, it was too easy to avoid, it was minimally impactful to the area in general. And so I'm excited that they're like upping the fear factor level of it for sure. I think that is a nice addition. The first game didn't do enough of it, I think. So I love a little bit of the horror of it. It's not like super scary, but it is, and I love underwater games, so. Glad they're not pushing updates. I hate it when devs get pushed. Cough, naughty dog, cough, cough. Yeah, exactly. Gonna jumpstart your arachnophobia and turn me into a water hater? Yeah. I've always enjoyed the idea of, like, deep sea exploration and stuff, so I'm excited we're getting, like, a little bit more of that. The pond was always something that felt like this could be really cool, but it never got there. It just always felt like the area of the backyard that was just never what it could have been, what I wanted it to be. I always wanted it to be more. So I like that they're already diving into that in a higher level. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it just was like one of the biggest things that felt like didn't meet the level of design of the rest of the game. What about a crawfish for the bayou? I think that would make a lot of sense. I think it would. Crawfish are like bug adjacent creatures, so I think it'd be cool. I wouldn't be upset with that as an option. I think it makes a lot of sense. People need to zip it regarding the zip lines. We have freaking teleporters. We're getting them back either way, right? So I prefer a teleportation system, but it's like if it's easy enough to implement that I guess
Just
why
like
not?
it, I promise.
If you can, and it's not something that's like distracting from adding more, better, new things, I guess why not, right? Like it doesn't harm the game. I think it's gonna take, my only concern is it's gonna take a little bit away from the buggies being the main form of transportation. That's like, not that it's a bad thing. I don't mind more options by any means, but it does feel a little bit of a bit of a contradiction to what they're doing. What's up, Penguin? Welcome in. How you doing? I like the zip lines. Stop playing around with one before teleporters. The teleporters were just so much better. And since we have the fast travel system, it's not good. They need to get it all. I hope that it happens sooner than later, that the whole teleportation system and you can just zip between all of them becomes a sooner than later type thing. I think that would be really, I would prefer that personally over zip lines. I think zip lines are useful, but I think I just prefer fast travel. they add a nice element to things for sure, but they don't feel like the be-all end-all. Feels like there's better options, personally. There's better things that can be utilized than zip lines, but if it's easy to add them, I guess port it over and be done with it. It's kind of one of those things, like, I'm also never a fan of, like, if it's easy, it makes the game better because it's options. I think it is what it ultimately comes down to. It's just another option, which is really never a bad thing. The way I see it. I'm never going to be like, oh, I'm so upset they added zip lines back. Like, I don't think I will ever feel that way.
Just looking, I promise.
I don't think there will be any point in time where I'm going to be disappointed about that as an addition. But I like that every person's going to get to use their preference, which is, it's good. Yeah, personal preference. People complain about a feature, then just don't use it. Yeah, exactly. I know there's gonna be more people that appreciate zip lines than don't, right? So why not? It doesn't hurt the game. Doesn't hurt anyone. I do hope that at some point it would kind of make sense to not add the whole fast travel system to the game till like the game's fully released, like 1.0 release. So maybe that's what we have to wait for that. But I'm not upset yet. Copy, please. They're gonna be a dungeon in your build. It's a black market, I think, is a better descriptor for it.
Just looking, I promise.
We talked about it earlier. I kind of wish it's far too late to make this decision now, but I kind of wish that I had raised the first level of the base up higher in the design, so it was level with the upper brick area, the top of this wall. If you think about it, instead of a bridge going down, I would have just made a bridge across and started the first level there. It would have worked. Maybe it would have had to go up, if anything. It would have had to go up on top of the light, so we could still utilize the light and we didn't cover it or anything. But it would have been kind of nice to raise this upwards and then have a lower level. Then we could have done a dungeon with a light in it, but it works really well the way it is. So I'm not by any means upset about the decisions we've made so far. But at this point, we don't really have a spot for a dungeon. What's up, Peanut? Welcome in. Glad to hear you're home. 1 o'clock already. Holy cow. Alright, this'll work. I don't mind seeing a little bit of that texture. Could always move it out if we need to, but it's like this whole thing wants to. We match this floor level coming out of here instead. I won't bore you guys with more pebble farming, don't worry. It's already been too much of the stream. And the level that I kind of like accidentally did here is very good. Quite happy with how we've done this. Need to build everything in range. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I wouldn't be upset by that. Feels like more of a creative option though, right? ultimately. That would be one of those things that creative players would die for. Wish I could get rid of this leaf. This is going to be annoying. Yeah, it also feels kind of natural to maybe somewhere in this area kind of lift this up a little bit. So I want to have differentiation between city levels. I want it to just all be flat. So creating a nice basis here, nice baseline area works well, and then we'll kind of like raise specific areas up a little bit more. Yeah, this is going to be good. So I will probably, not ending stream or anything, I'm just talking about thinking through future ideas here. I will probably do a heck of a lot of farming off stream, because if people don't know, I am not streaming Friday like normal. I'm going to a rodeo. So I can't stream Friday, but we will likely stream Saturday. So I'm hoping that I can get a couple chests filled with stuff, so I can do all this off-stream farming stuff. I'm so excessive doing this. I have to fill it all though. It's got to be perfect. Thought I was gonna run out of pebble before I ran out of clay though. Fortunate. I don't have any clay upstairs either. Yeah, so we'll kind of leave this. It'd be nice to kind of cover some of these leaves up too, so like leaving something like this so we don't have to deal with these for our buildings is always nice. Like all of this almost. We like raise this up just to... I made the mistake of not covering leaves in a lot of my Grounded 1 stuff, and it just becomes such a headache. You just end up with like these annoying leaves that don't want to let you build within them constantly. It becomes such a pain. Cover this whole thing maybe. That'll work. It's fine if a little bit sticks out, but feels good. These are a little annoying, but we could always build over these pretty easily. Feels nice to maybe like a slightly lower level, because then we need enough space that we can still kind of build this as like a little city corridor, because I want to eventually build out into this area too. And this will be like farmlands, more like Hobbit home type things is kind of what I'm thinking through currently. I think that makes a lot of sense. More of a natural place where we probably won't do like foundation. I want this to feel much more like a city, whereas this area will feel more like a village sort of vibe. So you go from city and then you go into this like dark, dense forest, and you just kind of have this like hodgepodge city of randomly placed buildings. So it'll be more like off-grid, build a little structure, build a little house with a garden area kind of here and there. We'll place mushrooms and farming things. We'll use the garden patches out here in an interesting way. Ideas I haven't necessarily thought through yet though. Kind of the concepts I'm going through mentally in my mind though. Just imagine like a forest of these things and garden patches. Pretty interesting, I think. And then this is our like under city, so I'm probably gonna want some type of entrance here. Nick Bob, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Cover this one too. Not even deal with them. Make life easy while we can. It's so dark out. Just the blueprints make it impossible to see. Yeah. of a sudden it was like nighttime. Nighttime, daytime. Yeah, and then I like a little bit of foundation so we can build this all in with mushroom. Give a nice little base to the whole castle. I think that makes a lot of sense. And it's not one big giant mushroom wall all the way. Going to be fun to climb so you can build it. Yep, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. I mean, if you've seen anything we've done so far, nothing I do is to make life easy, if I'm being honest. Very rarely the easy option that I take. More often than not, I do tend to pick the more complicated way to do the whole thing.
Didn't even need instructions.
Seems to be my MO. Well, the fact that this covers this well works so good. Sometimes good to be lucky. I like that with like a little bit showing out though, so it's still kind of foundation-like. I like it. Sandcastle was kind of small. I know, it could have been so much bigger, right? Wimpy Mega Builder builds too small. So, yeah, this is all on the same grid. I should be able to just copy this. That would be good to go. At least you're not as bad as me. I keep building, changing my mind, and rebuilding everything. I mean, to a certain level, I do that at the same time. Like, it's not like I never redo ideas, and the first idea always sticks. But I tend to try to utilize the idea and make it work instead of redoing it, because I always feel that there is an inherent value to just sticking with an idea and not redoing it, because something in that design probably works. The tour was so long I had to watch it over a couple days. Yeah, it's a big base. It's so much fun, though. That's why I like building at this scale, though, is because it's just fun. I love being able to show off that ridiculous stuff and make that type of video that's, like, it's an excessively long tour. It's not just like a 5-minute tour and we move on with our lives. And because I make content, if I, as a content creator, if I start small, then I have to come up with another build, and I don't want to come up with 10 different bases. I love, this is like my build style is that it's the progression. It's seeing more and more and more be added to one thing. I have a very completionist mindset, I guess is one way to put it. And so for me, like, the base is never complete, which is funny. I like seeing things completed. But I'm like 100%er kind of person. So for me, it's like that never-ending progression that just fuels the fire. It endlessly fuels my fire. Whereas if I start a new base, every time you start a new base, it's like, that's the hardest part for me, is the new part. Because you're starting with essentially a blank canvas. And so it's just always a battle of, like, what am I doing next? What's this new concept? Whereas if you start with one big concept, you're kind of just, you always have something to, like, inspire you, because you're like, well, I have to keep going. I can't stop. I gotta finish this massive thing. Just gotta figure out how to tie these things in a little bit. That's gonna be slightly difficult, but it's always a problem. Especially since I'm on PC, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't do this stuff if I was playing Xbox. It would be hard. Let's go make a day. What I really could use right now is a soda. Sody pop. I'm over the water. Need a palate cleanser. Has the ogre scorpion from the Rose Garden wandered into your base area yet? No, it doesn't get anywhere near here. Luckily. Not a concern. I don't think its range is anywhere near that big. But I have thought about building, I mean, since we're building out towards that bush, I have thought about potentially, I mean, I want, assuming that they don't fix the whole leaf issue, this is confirmed that the leaves not having hitboxes is a bug. I told Eric that I really like it as a bug. It also stops people from hopping over the intended routes, which is kind of nice. You have to use the tree limbs, so you can't just like hop your way over the hedge and get into the Burgle statue. But it, like, this whole thing opens up so much build potential for us to utilize this area. There's the bricks down below that we can build on. And I thought about making some sort of arena built around the mantis.
I promise.
Potentially, like a fighting arena in this area. Not sure how that would work out, but that's something I've contemplated. Catch you later. Have a good night. Sounds good smoking. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. Yeah, something I've been thinking through. Be cool to build over here to a certain degree. Difficult with the org and the mantis. They just destroy things quite badly. But let's see. Base is there and it started wandering there. I had to build a wall. Weird. Yeah, I've never once had it wander. I've only ever seen it over on that side. Who knows though. With off-grid building, do you think it would be possible to build a spiral staircase that ran along the inside wall of a tower instead of up the center? Yes. It would probably be more of like a hexagon, if anything. A spiral is going to be very hard. Not impossible, we've seen. So, like, it depends on your tower size. Like, if you're saying, like, a tower like this, probably not. I don't think you'd have space. And even, like, double this size, I don't think there would be quite enough space. But, I mean, if you're building, like, what we're doing, a mega tower, you could absolutely do a circle. It's just really, really time-consuming. Circles are especially like that, because what you're doing, you have to build a circle off-grid, which in its own is not, on its own, is not easy. But you would have to do, it's a little weird with how I have this stuff built here, but, I mean, essentially all you would have to do is pick out how big you want said spiral to be, circle, tower, whatever. This is a weird spot to do it. And then probably have to use stairs like these or something. Like, the struggle is then building a good enough circle that it works. Is what you have to do, what you would have to do, or at least the way I see it, is you'd be doing like something like this. So you have to build it out either with tight enough tolerances that you do something like this. Obviously, if you place this one over a little bit, it would work pretty well. And then you're just kind of like building a wall up. Once you get the circle built correctly, not horrible, but building that original circle to the level of precision is hard. Because as you can see, it's not just like... It's easier to build this on like a platform. I have a lot of weird stuff going on under this, so it's not wanting to cooperate very well. Naturally. But if you built it out with the right tolerances, it's absolutely possible. Complicated though, for sure. One of those projects that's easier said than done. I don't think I know of anyone that's built a spiral staircase. Because as you can see, just kind of a pain. But if you make it work, worth it. You know, I mean, do something like that for sure. Proof of concept, right? You just have to build it out. The hard part being you got to build it out like... The nice thing, if you're on PC, this makes it a lot easier having the single tick marks. If you're on Xbox trying to like finagle these things, the nice thing is like you can essentially just place out one thing over and over again. You can just say the measurement is 1 rotation click in between each one. Yeah, I mean, absolutely possible. Good luck. It's a good way to lose your mind, though. As a first attempt at off-grid, it would be ambitious. If this is your first time, incredibly ambitious. Incredibly ambitious. I would love to see someone take up the challenge, because, I mean, already, this looks really cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, it would be hard. But as said, if you're on Xbox, a little bit harder to get these. But if you were just like place a thing on PC, do like 2 clicks, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 clicks or whatever, you could get it really precise. Because all it really is, I'm building that, like I was kind of showing it in multiple levels, but you could do it like this. All you're really doing is building a nice, clean circle of pillars. This is not the right place to show it, with everything I got going on. But essentially, if you can get this placed correctly, you're just building a circle of pillars, and then you build up from there. It might help a little bit to show these levels, but, I mean, all you're doing is continuing each individual one. And then after you get that full first circle built, you're just reutilizing the grid. Like, I don't think... Yeah, so you would have to build it up with, like, some type of outer wall like this. But the nice thing is once you do that first full circle, you're just continuing this outer wall here, and then, say, like, it's just that again, you know? That makes sense. But it's just, like... Once this part's done, it's pretty quickly... It's a little weird with what we're doing here, but it pretty quickly becomes like a quickly repetitive sort of task. But it's possible. Ambitious, but possible. It's really about getting that first level, because I mean, as you see here, like these pillars were not aligned on the same thing. The important part being you really have to get that first level even. So like, as you can see, it's a little hard to tell, but as you can see, this one's higher than this one. That's going to start throwing things off really quickly. But once that first circle is done, it's easy from there. It's just making your first circle of pillars to the right size, because it's kind of like building a Minecraft circle. You have to kind of build a circle out of squares, which is always a little bit complicated. So get the sizing correct, because you're not only thinking you're building from an interior circle. I guess you could build from the outside and go in, but I think rotating the stairs on this path from the inside and building it outwards is probably easier, I think. In my brain it is. So then you're trying to like fit, how do I build this? I mean, if you build the outer wall of the tower first, harder if you're building a circular tower, if you also want it to be a circle, because then you're worrying about like making these corners fit nicely. But it's absolutely possible. I'd love to see the challenge. Give it a try. It's going to be a tower of 4 curved walls going up 2 to 3 blocks. Yeah, and the height is also, if you're not building a tower as tall as mine, easier probably. On Xbox, and once you showed the mushroom pillar trick, I went to town off-grid. Nice. It's such a fun... It just opens up so many possibilities. I know a lot of people don't... There's a lot of people who don't like it. A lot of people who think it's overkill and they don't like it. And I mean, that's to each their own. If you don't like it, don't use it. But I think it opens up the potential of just, like, so much cool detail work that can be added, as you can see. So many cool little layering tricks that you can do. And once you get the hang of it, it's not as complicated. There's certain types of projects that can be really complicated with it, but overall, I don't think it's that. Once you get the grasp that first time, you go, oh, this is easy. It's easy to screw up. It's very, very easy to screw the whole thing up, but I think it's also, once you get the hang of it, you can just go crazy with it. Someone give me a number between 1 and 9. I need a dopamine. This might backfire. We might not get a dopamine hit. We might get nothing, but... Not darkest with the 9. How do we decide who gets it? I should have known Darkest was still here and he would have said 9. Technically, Darkest was faster, so I might have to deal with his. Well, let's see. Maybe I'll let you guys choose. Alright. Ninja with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Ninja. You supported so much recently. Thank you, man. That's absolutely not needed, but thank you so much. Alright. Do you guys want a newer set, or... let's put it this way. Do you want a Mega Evolution, a set from Mega Evolution, or a set from Scarlet and Violet? That's how we'll decide, if anyone cares. So, a newer set or a slightly older set. It's not an old, I can't call it an old set. It's still in print, but older or newer. That might help. Yeah, thank you, Ninja. The support is incredible. Old? I prefer the older set. Although we already did really good tonight, so you have no idea. Alright. We'll open it is a cooler set. We already opened one of these tonight, and we did very good. So there's no way we're hitting anything good. But I love Destined Rivals. So yeah, older. Destined Rivals is more fun to open than Perfect Order, so This is the more exciting option. Although we hit, for those who didn't see, we hit an ultra rare earlier, so the odds of hitting anything from this is not good. It's definitely are not good chances now, because I think these are from the same thing I opened. Same box. Drowsy. Cyndaquil. I love Cyndaquil. Zubat. Nose Pass. Wheezing. Team Rocket's Patrol. Robobass. Grimer. Team Rocket's Giovanni. And a Hollow Blaziken. I mean, I do love Blaziken. It's not a Blaziken we were looking for, but I do love Blaziken. Great Pokemon. Destin Rivals is so hard to come by. I wish I could get more of it. I've been dying
Just looking. I
for that
promise.
Mewtwo. I want it. But I mean, we hit an ultra rare tonight, which is so incredibly hard to do, so really can't complain. Two-Min Noodle, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing tonight? I think we have to figure out about this is how... I don't want this overhang. I don't know if I want to build this all the way over, though. Maybe this, like, comes down. Potential. Perhaps. Build this out. Something like that. I wish you could pull these. That's another thing that would be nice. I wish these could be pulled vertically or horizontal. Might be really hard to do, but be a nice feature. Like my mind saw this area down here, and I kind of feel like this would be a little like plaza type area. So this isn't just like all underground, dark. Under city vibe. I want some of it to have that vibe, but not all of it.
Just looking. I promise.
So I'm kind of thinking like this could be, yeah, like a cool little plaza area or something. Like a tavern or something down here, maybe. A little weird with this one. That makes this kind of difficult. We could always pull this back a little bit, too, to give ourselves a little bit more room. That might be nice. Pull it back like 3 blocks. Open this space up a little bit. Because I'm gonna have like this. I love blueprints, but I also hate blueprints sometimes. Like, we pulled that whole thing back to there. I would open this up, and we could do something cool down here. Not sure what. We can do something. Gives us some options. I like this thing, but it kind of ruins it. That's fine. Can I have some of those rocks? I don't even have any more. I'm not destroying these for you, that's for sure. Yeah, kind of have this cool pathway. Do a little underhang thing here. Maybe even get rid of this and build like some cool little thing here. I don't know how we're gonna add this in. Maybe this is like, maybe this becomes a building that has like a secret entrance or something. I've kind of thought through some ideas. That could be another interesting thing, because what I want this to be is like a black market under city area type thing. It's weird there's so light down here. So there'll be like a black market type vibe, and there might be like secret entrances to it behind buildings. So similar to how you kind of did get into like Diagon Alley in Harry Potter. You enter through like a secret room, in a pub. Getting ready for Tuesday, I see? Yes. Yes, we are. The tower, I've hit, like, a little bit of builder's block on the tower. I want to get more done on the outside of the front, potentially, before Tuesday, which is going to be tough. It's just so slow. My struggle is it's so slow building the exterior. So, can't complain. But it's so slow building up here with all the I hate scaffolding. I despise it. So, I'm hoping maybe I have some time off stream. I'll get this copied to that side. Maybe get them built on the other side so this effect is sort of completed. And then maybe on Saturday's stream we get some of this built. But I'm kind of liking how complete this is starting to feel with the foundations and stuff. It gives a larger effect for less time-consuming effort, which is nice. And it gets me excited. It's another thing that just like makes me excited. Was the cold last week? You were a bit sick, feeling better? Was I? Was it last week? Maybe it was like, it's been a couple weeks, I think. Yeah. Maybe it was like 2 weeks ago that I was sick. Yeah, 2 weeks, yeah. No, all good now. It was rough. I haven't been that sick in a while. That was not fun. That was pretty miserable. I tend to get sick a lot as of late because I have a 3-year-old who's sick all the time. So that is just kind of life. But yeah, that was painful. I'm a wuss. I hate being sick. I mean, no one likes being sick. Dose up on the vitamin C? Yeah, I was taking everything. Anything that would help. Three years is a wonderful age. Yeah, it's like the best and the worst. The best of times and the worst of times. High highs, low lows. But it's been fun. It's a pretty... I know, looking back, I will absolutely miss this age. As trying and as difficult as it can be at times. It's gonna be one of those. This age is very, very fun. Exhausting, absolutely exhausting, but really fun. My son started preschool. I lived off emergency. I know, dude. My son starts preschool in September. Oh, it is gonna be painful. I am not. I'm excited. I'm very excited. He'll be in preschool 3 days a week. And he is a very social kid. So I know he's going to have an absolute blast being around more kids more often. Because he does, like, school activities and stuff. Not school. He does, like, his grandma, my mom, takes him 3 days a week right now. While my wife and I work. And... she takes him to gymnastics, and we have like a cool, like museum in our area, and so he meets a lot of kids and stuff through those things, and going to the park and stuff. But I think he's gonna really enjoy being around kids his age. Like it's really weird. The neighborhood my wife and I live in, he is like, there is either infants or like 7 or 8 year olds, and there's not a whole lot of like 3-year-olds in our area, and so it's difficult for him to like have friends to play with in our area. We got a couple here and there, but it's not many. Just found a 100-hour YouTube video. How long do you think it took to upload? That would take days. But at the same time, maybe not. I don't know. Mine don't take that long. Take a long time for the HD version to upload, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm excited about preschool for him. He's gonna have a blast. It's funny. Gonna have so much fun, take a lot of pics. Yes, I have so many pictures on my phone. Not working. Jump. What? Why are you getting stuck? Time is also just moving too fast, though. It's crazy. It is insane how quickly time goes. Preschool is chaos, but he'll have a blast. Yeah, I'm more nervous about the things he's going to learn in preschool from all the other kids. That's gonna be interesting. But it'll be cool. It'll be good for him. And although my mom loves watching him, I think it'll be a nice break for her. And it'll be bad for our wallets, but also kind of good, because I think my wife's probably going to start working a little bit more. So we'll, although it's not cheap, my wife should be able to work a little bit more, and her sanity levels will probably be increased. Yeah, emergency. Yep. I have like an immunity vitamin that I take that's similar to emergency. Try to use that as much as I can. Kid sicknesses are a whole different strain. It's horrible. It's rough because I work from home, so before we had a kid, I didn't get sick. We got COVID once from a family gathering in 4 years. I got sick one time in 4 years. And now he was sick 2 times in the last 4 weeks. It was not fun. Luckily, I didn't get sick the first time, but I got sick the second time. Not a fan. But it is what it is, right? It's
We could bottle that
season
up
of life.
and make a killing.
It'll be over before we know it. And we'll be wishing for the days to come back. A little bit of sickness is worth this phase, though. It's all worth it at the end of the day. This life, embrace these moments. Miss Unders just turned 5 in a blink. Yeah, that's not. Yep, just living it day by day. Hope this is gonna work.
Just looking, I promise.
I love when these things don't want to build and stuff. Where do kids even find these germs that I apparently haven't run into in the last 40 years? Everywhere. If there's germs to be had, they will find them. It's the constant touch, 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 lick, lick, lick. It's just constant. It's everything goes on faces, in mouths. He like, we were at the park the other day and he like licked the like a pole on the park. I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Absolutely not. That is disgusting. I'm kind of like my mom. I'm a little bit of a germaphobe. Not horrible by any means, but I'm like, I grew up with a mom who's a germaphobe, and so when like COVID happened, my wife made fun of me so much because she's like, it was like you were born for this. You were made for COVID, because I already had disinfectant wipes to wipe down grocery carts, and I've always had hand sanitizer in the door of the car. So like I lived for that moment. I was like, I go do anything. I wash my hands so much. And so for me, it was like, this is easy. But you can't counteract kids just licking and eating in just anything. Ugh, it's horrible. It's like eating a little dirt, he's not going to die. If it's the right dirt, yeah, exactly. It's not always the right dirt, though. So there's some nastiness. I'm ready for preschool, yeah. But you can't, I'm not going to be at preschool with him, so I can't stop him from doing that stuff. So it's like, ugh. Ruins me. It's the worst. It's unfortunate. I was hoping there was a couple more pebbles in there. Yeah, it was like my nightmare watching him freaking lick that pole. Like, no, please, no. Why? Why is that a decision we're making right now?
Didn't even need instructions.
It happens, but it's like, this is my nightmare. And he thinks it's the funniest thing in the frickin' world. Grew up swimming in the...
You've gone soft these last 2 years. Prove me wrong.
Susquehanna? I don't know how to say that. River between 3 Mile Island. Oh, and a sewage treatment plant. Should be immune to everything after that. But yeah, I grew up near the Columbia River, so in Portland. You know where that is? That's also pretty nasty. Bring home the little guys to you, viruses, but teach them now clean hands. Yeah. I hope the teachers do a good job of that as well. It's a very clean school as well, which is nice. I like that. We went to a couple preschools that were very expensive and pretty nasty. I was like, this, ugh. That one leaf sticking out looks like a shovel or broom. This. Like it. Sit there and watch. Wait, what do you think you're paying the teachers to do? Ugh. Hopefully teach them something useful. Had the best idea. What is it? Good morning from Europe. How's the build going? Thanks for the positive feedback on the base last week. Was really cool hearing your views of my creation. Yeah, Becky, appreciate it. Glad. Thank you for letting us take a look at it. It was a great one. Base build's coming along well though. We're moving forward. We're doing some of the stuff I wasn't necessarily planning on doing, but I'm very happy with the progress that's happening because of it. If you want to see. So we're building out all the foundations, making progress in areas that looks like we're making more progress than we actually are. We haven't even touched the tower tonight, at least. But we built all this out. We're finishing and filling in these walls, just like trying to find the biggest effect, the most bang for my buck, essentially, is what we're doing tonight. But now we're starting to get it to where we can kind of like lay out the city a little bit. We're getting pathways and stuff. We have the place for like this is like the black market more so is what I'm thinking down here. That's where it's gonna get real creepy and nasty. And then this will be sort of an Undercity vibe sort of thing. Maybe not like full black market, but we're getting this all filled in. I just keep running out of all the materials. Germs build character? Yeah, something like that. Drive me nuts what they do. But just trying to get as much done as we can before the stream on Tuesday with the devs. You know, it's hard for people on controller to make these right. Ask the devs for a part that is what you're building, but in one it uses the same stuff as what you're doing. Just build it in one part so it's easier. What part? Like the bounce web elevator? Saying like build this like a bounce web pieces all in one? Is that what you're saying? I think it's, at least from the way they explained it in the first game, I don't think they ever really intended for bounce web towers to be like a main feature in the game. It's just sort of like a happy accident sort of thing. So I don't imagine that they're going to add like a piece like that. Because like every building game is that way at the end of the day. Like, why give people pre-built things when you could just build it yourself? Right? Like, they give you the pieces so your creativity has to do the work, not like simplifying it so something's easier because it's a little bit hard for someone. Is how they've always kind of treated a lot of that. So I'd be surprised if they made something like this easier. Personally. This tour is going to be this Tuesday is going to be awesome. It is. Remember them saying that when they saw someone build the bounce tower elevator, they were so surprised, like it wasn't supposed to be that way, but because they liked it, they kept it. Yeah, happy accident type thing. Like they're not upset about it, but they're not gonna like make it something that is just gonna be something you build. If you can already do it, they're not gonna make it easier just to make it easier. Channel is Tuesday stream going to be on the Obsidian channel. Yeah, if you're not following Obsidian's channel, they do streams every Tuesday, or most Tuesdays. This is most Tuesday. I can't say every Tuesday. The majority of Tuesdays they're doing casually. And it is a great place to get leaks and update information. It's sort of what they treat like, instead of doing spoiler type marketing on their YouTube channel, they do a little bit of it. They give way more information on Casually Grounded. Do you remember, do you recommend every 2 or 3 walls up for the bounce? I do I do 3 half walls. So 1.5 walls is how I think that's the most efficient way. Ultimately, it will work faster if you do it every 2, but you're gonna use more materials. So I tend to do 3 because it's the minimum to give you the effect with the least amount of materials. I need. Looks awesome. Thank you. Coming together. I think three half walls is just the most efficient way, ultimately. Least wasteful. Which for bounce web towers is is the optimal weight. Nothing worse than having to build. They're already a bit of a pain, you know, in general to build, so you can make them a little bit more efficient. The less you have to do of this
A fine piece of handiwork,
horrible
Mr.
bouncing up and down,
Smalls.
the better. In my experience. It's always a bit of a headache doing stuff. Don't get stubborn on the last one. So is the last one? It is, right? Jinxed it? No. This is bounce whip. It's always something. You never know, like it's something. It was honestly going too smooth, really. That's a At least we can still get out. There's always a piece of it that's an absolute pain. Part of it's like that. That might be. Let's see. Felt like it missed. This one. That worked. Good. Easy game, easy life. Nope. Gotta get this finished real fast while we're sitting here. Watching a master work. Sometimes. Oh. Uh-oh. Dang it. I didn't think that was going to work very well. Oh. These things are always just a bit of a pain. Part of the process. One of these, I guess we need to be more in the middle. Good to see you run into the same problems as those common folk. Yeah, oh, I definitely struggle. Right either. Lovely. Which one? Like, gotta be that third one. Yes, if you get in the right spot, it's fine, but it's not as good as I would hope. This one. Yeah, this. Both of these. Oh man, I didn't realize my health was that low. My leg. Land right on the corner. Yeah.
A fine piece of handiwork, Mr. Smalls.
They're never that easy. As easy one may. Oh, lovely. Wait, watching you work is very relaxing to me. That is the hope.
Hell, don't
I
you
do
go
enjoy
running
that.
off on me again.
It is the vibe we try to go for on this channel. Gosh, dang it. Pain. Pain and suffering. Just build a different floor timber. Stop trying to jump the one up. What you want to. Looks better. It's not always rainbows and butterflies. Planned, right? That's what we wanted to do the whole time. So close, so close. Alright, that works great. success. And we can get rid of these stupid stairs. Smooth. Not always smooth. Working good though. Working good. It's good success. Wouldn't want to waste that one piece. Alright, perfect. Without it working really well, it works well enough with the character, but if you don't build them really nicely, the buggies really struggle. One thing I've noticed. Gotta build them really clean for the buggies to work on them properly. It's kind of the main purpose of these side ones at the time. At this time. 11. Time go. Yes, tonight it really went collecting.
Are you ready yet? I'm getting impatient.
Always impatient. It's all you ever are. Don't know why. We're gonna be here for the rest of our lives at this rate. Never finishing this base. We're living here for forever. Beautiful. I mean, solid progress tonight. Different progress than I had planned. I feel like how you started working on this lower part. I do too. I'm really happy with it. I think it adds such a great amount of build so quickly, which is really feeling like what I needed right now. Especially like before doing a tour with the devs, like this gives a way grander effect than like finishing the subscribers hall, which we're probably going to work on the subscribers hall for Saturday. As I said, I'm not able to stream on Friday this week, so I think we're going to do a Saturday adult beverage stream, which will be very fun. And hopefully as many people can join stream on Friday, I'm hoping that same sort of thing happens for Saturday evening. So the hope is that it all kind of works out. And so we'll probably work on the interior of the tower a little bit, trying to finish up the subscribers hall maybe a little bit more. That would be nice. That sort of feels like quite incomplete. I don't know if we're going to get much done on the exterior of the tower, just because kind of just mentally cooked on using scaffolding right now. I just have zero desire to work with scaffolding and be jumping around. It's just so slow. It looks good. I love how much we've gotten done, like on the towers and stuff. Maybe I can get this done off stream. We have at least 2 matching towers, which would be really nice. But I do really like making progress on these areas. But the progress that we make is so incredibly slow, falling to our deaths over and over and over again, that in the short amount of time that we have left before stream on Tuesday with the devs, it feels like a better use of our time is making as much progress on this outer area, because I mean tonight although we didn't build anything incredible tonight, like no one's gonna look at what we did tonight and be like, dude, look at how cool the buildings look, because there are none. It gives the effect of massive amounts of progress really fast, which is what I like. No, it's just a foundation that's empty. You can imagine and see how it will get filled up. Yeah, and it inspires me to like, I want to jump between the tower, and especially if a big thing we're going to talk about is we got like a, it sounds like we're getting custom mode with the Drowned update. That I like Marcus's Drowned update name, although Into the Abyss is a better name. Drowned is funny. Seeing as we're gonna get that added, they said custom game is coming back, but they don't know if they're going to be doing
This should toughen you up.
the handy nat or not. Yeah, it was kind of like we're not sure if that's going to be an option or not yet. So that is going to be one of the things I'm going to have a conversation with Eric and Chris about, is how impactful the handy nat would be to have in custom mode, because I would immediately switch to custom mode. I love survival, but the handy nat is so invaluable to building, especially this. Like, our progress is going to fly. We are going to go so fast building all of this. It makes building cool things so much easier, and we've proven we can build cool things. We can build cool things without the handy nat. Now we are at the top of we're getting so high in this build, the handy nat is just feeling like a game changer. It would make such a big difference in how quickly and how cool we can build. We can build cooler things more easily. We can build quicker. So I think the progress for streams and stuff is just going to be better. And it makes life so much better. It makes content creation better. Like, it offers a lot of options, because like right now, photo mode is the only way you can film. So with first person handy nat, you can make content so much faster. It makes being able to just make content and different things better. And it's one of the things that myself and other content creators have asked for. The handy nat just makes life easier. Especially because there's mods where you can use it to like turn off the HUD and stuff. So you can film better. It makes viewing things easier. It just makes life better. Sky's the limit with the handy nat. Yes, pun intended. Exactly. Single U, no W. I wumbo, you wumbo, he, she, we wumbo. The study of wombology. Yeah, it would make this whole build just so much better to have it. I've proven that I can build crazy epic things without it, and now I want it back. It is such a game changer. And it's one of those things like, why? It's first grade. It's one of those things like, if you're going to add custom mode, why not? It doesn't break anything. It doesn't ruin the game. It allows people, again, optionality to play the game how they want. The custom mode options are so useful. Like being able, I'm not going to do recipes and stuff. We're still building survival. I just want to fly and build. But the ability to like adjust turning the daytime higher, so days are longer. I love that. Resource respawn rate goes straight to 5x, because then everything spawns faster. It makes life easier. Making my backpacks not drop resources, and so I keep my backpack, amazing. Menu pauses the game, amazing. These are all very nice things to have. If you want to turn off this, like, I'll keep this on because I like it, but it's so nice, like, churning some of these things up. Like hunger, when you're building, like, hunger and thirst, it gets to a certain point where I've done it. I don't need to constantly be hungry and thirsty when I use a trinket that makes me not hungry and thirsty. So, like, totally fine. You know, I just use Unreal Engine 4, yeah, and go in custom mode. Why don't you use that stuff? I prefer not using mods if I don't have to. I like playing games the way that they're set up. I used it. I also don't like that there's the potential of you can ruin your game, and then every update you're waiting for that to be like set up. Like it can cause issues between updates and stuff. So I try to stay away from it. That's also why I don't go to the PTB, because I don't want to lose any of my progress. I don't want to potentially ruin something, which is always, it's unlikely because I did use it in the first game to be able to do some things, but it also is one of those things like people like watching a more survival based build. So when you start using mods, I think it excludes people to a certain degree, whereas when it's a custom mode option, everyone can do it. And so it doesn't like, this guy just builds stuff no one else can build because he uses mods and stuff. So like, as a content creator for me personally, it doesn't like make the content worse, but it makes it more relatable. Especially like, we built all of this in pure survival. So it's like, it shows you can do anything I'm doing with enough time and effort. It's just, it's enough time and effort to get there. So I very much like it, but it gets to a certain point where like now, this is starting to become miserable, and we could make such really cool builds having the handy net. So I'm hoping we can convince Eric to talk to the team and add the handy net as an option, because it doesn't need any more functionality than it had in the first game. It was perfect. It doesn't need ghost mode, like they can turn that off the way they did in the first game. But want to see me fighting, like fighting bugs? I'm definitely not a combat expert in this game. We're not bad. I can hold my own. Yeah, progress has been made. I got a lot of farming to do off stream. That part sucks.
Put your feet up, bud. You earned it.
But we made a lot of progress tonight. It feels really good. I'm really, really happy with how this is all turning out. This is going to be really fun to start. And this also gives us some time when I want to take a break from the tower again, like in between updates. Gives me some time to start like figuring out, laying out the city and stuff. It's just gonna get cooler and cooler every day. Got a woozy build for you? Oh, like the in the gas mask type thing? When you get woozy from stink bugs? Yeah, coming together. Feels good. Feels like we made a lot of progress that's going to show more than like building a little bit more in the tower itself. I'm glad we spent the time doing this tonight. Feels good. But yeah, so it is 11:20. We went a little longer tonight, so I am going to call it here for the evening. As I said before, I'm not streaming Friday like normal. I think we're going to do a Saturday night stream. So make sure, if you're not part of our Discord, definitely make sure to join the Discord to stay up to date when I'm going live. Keep up with that. It's also, we have an amazing community of builders that are in there. There's voice chats and stuff where people like stream working on their builds and hang out in there. Like, it's an awesome place to show off your ideas. We need more bases for Tour Tuesday. If any people specifically would like to have their base reviewed and showed off on Tour Tuesdays, make sure to shoot me a DM with your Xbox username so I can get you added to the list. We always need more bases, big, small, creative, survival, playgrounds, whatever it is. Like, we're wanting to show them off. So definitely make sure to reach out to me if you're interested in that. We always need more bases on the list. But I appreciate everyone hanging out with me tonight. Ninja, thank you so much for the super chat there earlier, and everyone who resubs and everything. You guys are awesome. Definitely we'll see you with Obsidian. Yes, and last piece of info for the night. We will be on the Casually Grounded stream. I'm going to be posting that on Discord and YouTube. Once I get sent the thumbnail that they made, so I can promote that a little bit. But on Tuesday, the 16th, June 16th, I think it's like 10 or 10:30. I think they're typically 10:30. I will be on the Casually Grounded stream, hanging out with Eric and potentially Chris showing this build off. Hanging out. We're going to be talking all things building and the future of building and Grounded. It'll be, I think, a slightly more unique stream than they've done on Casually Grounded. We did this once in Grounded 1, which was a ton of fun. You guys are awesome. We had a great time, and they actually implemented some of our ideas, so we will definitely chatting about that. And Saturday, a big part of what we'll be talking about Saturday is additions and things we'd like added to the game, building-wise, mechanics, things we'd like changed, build pieces, all those sort of things that we can, as a community, bring up to the devs. So definitely something fun. Should be a good time. And yeah, make sure you're there. Send you a DM. I think my base is far enough along to be interesting. Yeah, send it along. Even partial bases, partial things that aren't completed, things you want help with, ideas that you're struggling with. If you want some input, like that's what it's all about. It's all about helping people improve their builds. If they're struggling with areas, help them out. So it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Yours is a disaster? No worries, no worries. And that use the full potato beetle armor and icebreakers with shivling scale trinket that goes super good. Interesting. Bushwhacker bow and gas arrows and stink bombs to do AoE. I hate the bows. I hate the bows. I can't ever use them. It's an embarrassment. We've seen all sorts of bases. Big, small, starter bases. Like, we've seen it all. I love showing them all off. There's value in little bases and big bases and half-done bases. As long as it's not a literal grass box that has nothing in it. Like, as long as there's something to go off of, I love showing them off. Yeah, if you want help, I absolutely love helping people out. So that's a big part of them. It isn't all just insane, massive mega builds. Like, I love showing those off as well. But I think helping people through struggle points is also, it's a big part of why base Tour Tuesday works. Is that is as helpful as seeing crazy ideas, because a lot of people are in that position where they're like, they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do. So I gained 5 FPS going from 1080 to 4K. That's nice. That seems counterproductive, but all right. Thank you guys all for hanging out. I will catch everybody Saturday night, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. As Ninja said, adult beverages on Saturday night. So we have a couple drinks. We have a good time. We laugh and giggle. We also tend to do a lot of stream loots. If you haven't heard of stream loots, make sure you check that out. It's a fun way to interact with the stream, make me do silly things, add funny memes and voice lines and stuff to the stream. So it tends to get a little bit more silly and outrageous on the adult beverages night, but it is a good time. But hope you all have a great evening, and I will catch you all Saturday. Peace.